All right, it looks like we're starting to level off a little bit. I'll give it just another minute here. All right, we're going to get going here. I'd like to officially open this special meeting of the Mason Board of Education at 7:02. I get a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any additions, deletions? All those in favor of the agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We'd like to start out this evening, actually, to turn it over to Ron for a brief comment to start out our meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. Tonight's meeting was scheduled to discuss the district's extended COVID-19 learning plan. However, we want to address the recent media coverage regarding resources available to teachers for Black History Month. We would like to clarify what did happen and what will continue to happen as we work towards an inclusive environment for all staff and students. Late last week, a former employee of Mason Public Schools chose to speak to the media against the district's instructional practices regarding educating our students on diversity, equity, and inclusion. In regards to the incident in question, a former Mason teacher stated that their classroom would participate in the National Black Lives Matter in School Week of Action. New initiatives like this are typically reviewed by multiple stakeholders to verify content accuracy and determine age appropriateness. Unfortunately, the short time frame did not allow for enough time to review the material, ensure appropriateness for our students, and roll it out as an option for Black History Month. However, Mason Public Schools provided all K-12 staff a variety of resources to use in the classroom during Black History Month, many of which are also recommended by Black Lives Matter. Teachers were encouraged to participate in building-wide Black History Month events. All classroom teachers were encouraged to consider the resources to supplement the curriculum as appropriate, including materials from the Center for Racial Justice and Education, National Geographic, Learning for Justice, and other organizations. To say the district denied a staff member the opportunity to discuss Black History Month or diversity, equity, and inclusion in the classroom is simply not true. Mason Public Schools is actively working to enhance diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts district-wide and has been for quite some time. We know that we have work to do in this area, but we are building momentum. Our first diversity committee meeting was held on December 10th, 2018. Since that time, the diversity committee, consisting of parents, staff, students, and community members, have met many times to develop a plan for our diversity, equity, and inclusion work, and all staff have been encouraged to participate in the meetings to provide input. This group meets monthly. Meeting dates are on our website, and all meetings are open to the public. We encourage community participation in this work. The district has held many professional development sessions with staff and leadership. Most recently, our Friday, February 26th, Mason Public Schools provided a full day of professional development for all staff, focusing entirely on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Thank you to all of you who are continuing to focus on the positive momentum in our district. We recognize that our work is not done and ask that you all to continue to work with us as we move forward on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Moving to the next item on tonight's agenda is public comments and requests. As Lane starts to open it up, I would like to remind everybody that's going to speak tonight on the rules of public comment. Please preface your comments by announcing your name, your address. Please limit all comments to 5 minutes. We will be holding that time frame very tight tonight. So again, try to keep it to 5 minutes. No participant may speak more than once. We do have 2 public comment sections. So if you speak at the first one, you're not eligible to speak at the second one. Most importantly, participants shall direct all comments to the board and to the board alone. No comments should be directed at staff or any other participants or any other speakers. We do prohibit public comments which are in any way harassing. And so again, please try to keep them to the 5-minute length, direct them to the board. And if you can't follow the rules, you will be interrupted. Again, for people who are joined just a little bit late from the opening announcement, this meeting also is being recorded, so that you know that. So Lane, you go ahead and open up our public comment tonight.
Ellen.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay. Hi again. This is Ellen Kerr Dunsmore. I live at 2028 Ives Road, Leslie, Michigan, which is part of Mason Public Schools District. Lifelong Mason resident. Very aware of some of the racial issues we have in this city. It has improved in my lifetime, but there are still issues. My one big concern was how Mr. Cotto was treated. I did come and talk to the board in December of 2019 when he was falsely accused of assaulting a student. I think it would be kind of the board to, at the time, it would have been great if he had gotten a public statement of support instead of a public statement of discipline, which is all that Channel 10 News reported on for him. And he has received death threats. He is now retiring, and we are losing an outstanding example, not just of a Black male teacher, but a leader, someone who cares about his country of origin, who goes in the summer and works on a school he started in Nigeria for boys. And we are losing an outstanding asset. We do have to push back against the racism in our community. Even though it's not a majority, it's a small percentage. That percentage can be very vocal. I know, not that my family supports it, but I was up at the courthouse holding a Black Lives Matter sign. I get criticized for that. It's not that only Black Lives Matter, it's that Black Lives Matter also. All lives matter, blue lives matter. It's not anti-police, it's anti-police brutality. So Black Lives Matter should not be a triggering phrase, and it's a shame that some people take it that way. Also about the proposal that I'm hearing is going to be proposed about going back to fully in person. I have had students in my classroom since September. As soon as we had Learning Lab, since my daughter was doing Learning Lab, as soon as I was given permission, I had those students in my room instead of down in Learning Lab. In November, before we shut down, I had all of my students purple. All my red and blue students were coming together because it was a small number. I now have 10 purple students who come 4 days a week. On my blue days, I have 18 students, and we are using every foot available in my classroom for that. I have 2 more students who are going to come and are going to have to come on the red days. So my red days will be 12, my blue days will be 18. I have 10 students virtual. And I have a student who came back from virtual to the classroom and is now concerned on how crowded the classroom is, and she might be going back to virtual. So just keep that in mind. We keep the masks on the kids during the day, but the problem times are snack times and lunchtime, especially. The cafeteria is getting crowded the more students we bring back. And obviously when they're eating lunch, they have their masks off. So the closer they're sitting, it becomes a problem. I understand that children are less likely, if they get COVID, to get as seriously ill or to be as contagious. My concern is when they take it home to family members who have not yet been vaccinated. I'm sure you've heard before, my father died in November of COVID. My mother also had it and is now dealing with heart damage and side effects of that heart damage from having had COVID. So it is a serious disease. Probably most students would be fine with it, but the concern is them taking it home and passing it on to family members. And if our classrooms get too crowded, virtual students might not be willing to come back. And I have 5th graders. It's easier for me to have more students in the room. God help the kindergarten and first grade teachers trying to keep those kids 6 feet apart. They're, they're like puppies. They want to go close to each other. So thank you.
Thanks, Ellen.
Matt.
Hello, Matt Kushel, 830 Roosevelt. I used to wonder why my conservative and Republican friends really hated unions so much. I really just didn't understand it. Adds a couple bucks to an F-150. Maybe they gripe about things outside of corporate control, like the price of snacks in a vending machine, but no big deal. Well, it turns out I just wasn't old enough. But before moving on to that, since you've spent some of your precious time on diversity, I'll just go ahead and say that MLK was right. A person should be judged by the content of their character and not by the color of their skin. So-called diversity efforts which sow division by focusing on racial or ethnic grounds should be rejected. And I hope they continue to be. Turning back to the pressing matters at hand, teachers are vaccinated. We've gone over this. We touched on this last time. You canceled school so they could get vaccinations. They jumped the line. School kids will not be vaccinated. Not in the near future, essentially never. There's no vaccine for children under the age of 16. So other than a handful of students at the high school, none of the student population will ever be vaccinated. So the dispersal of the vaccine vis-a-vis returning to school is complete because teachers have it at their disposal and their students essentially won't get it because there isn't one for them. So why not return to school? This is a public sector job that delivers a public benefit. One thing I will say is that my daughter with a chromosomal cognitive impairment is in school. Her remote so-called instruction actively lost her information. She was getting less smart, and at least she is back in the classroom. Thank you for that. But in general, our public servants are refusing to provide a public good, and it is the job of this board to hold the administration accountable, to ensure that we are guided by experts, but not ruled by them, to ensure that the issues this district faces are solved in a local way with emphasis on our needs and our values. My first grader remains trapped in hybrid instruction, even as she tells us how much she likes school and asks to go back more often. Of course, we're perfectly capable of assessing risk and deciding what we're comfortable with. So if in-person instruction is available, we'll take that option. Other parents who assess risk differently, I'm sure will continue to have an online option. On the other hand, my pre-kindergartner, he receives 5 days of instruction at a Mason Public School building. Well, how's that possible? Oh yeah, I pay for that one. But it's the local data that matters. COVID is no longer a global pandemic. We've been dealing with this for over a year. The most important information is not what's happening in the entire world, it's what's happening in Mason and what's happening in Michigan and what's happening in mid-Michigan. So the data we have, positivity rate in mid-Michigan is at 4.4% and falling. Ingham County specifically is 5.5%. The second lowest level on the state's data tracking is 7%. We're below it. The only way we can get any lower is to go below 3%. What about cases per million? In mid-Michigan, our 7-day average is 64. Today, the daily total was only 13. That's down from 335 on a 7-day average on January 1st. It's been declining for 53 days. The data is the same when you drill down to the county level. 7-day average is 67 million. Daily, 20 per million. Also declining for 53 days. Mason's own COVID dashboard shows that our school system has had a cumulative total across all buildings and the transportation department of 20 cases. 20 out of the hundreds, thousands of kids that we see in our buildings. And in the face of all these numbers, tests are increasing. Mid-Michigan daily test levels are at 1,600, and in Ingham County, they're at 783, which, by the way, Ingham County accounts for a vast majority of the overall tests administered within the Mid-Michigan region that the state collects as a statistical area.
Mr. Kuchel, you're actually at your time limit if you'd like to wrap it up.
So what are you going to do going forward? COVID-19 isn't a pandemic anymore, it's an endemic. It will be regularly found among us in the future, just like the flu and measles and coronavirus 43, which was a Russian flu that killed 1 million people in 1890. Now it causes the common cold. So will you shut down everyone's education next fall when the predictable cold and flu season arrives? What proactive plan are you going to put in place? Or do you need to wait for direction from the teachers union? Thank you.
Caitlin?
Hi, can you hear me?
Caitlin, go ahead.
Oh, my name's Caitlin Thomas. I live in Mason. I'm going to start by returning to a board meeting in December 2019 when a group of students from Mason High School came and spoke regarding racial slurs at the high school, and they were gaslit. I'm going to return to the incident with Mr. Cato. He was gaslit. And that's exactly what's happening tonight. I am not going to sit here and be gaslit by this district about what happened. So I'm going to go back to January 16th, when I emailed the entire Board of Education, along with district administration, my proposal to teach the Black Lives Matter at school curriculum. Within my email, I stated it would vary depending on age and student ability. Several days later, I was called to a meeting and I was reprimanded for controversial topics, Board Policy 2240. I had taught nothing. I proposed an idea to this board and to administration and was reprimanded for proposing an idea about diversity in this district where it is so needed. What I'm going to go to next, I gave district administration, the members of administration, I'm not going to name them. You're all aware of who these two members are. I gave them multiple opportunities to reconcile this situation via email and direct face-to-face communication. I asked questions. I sought out clarity. What can I teach? In the meeting, I was told diversity falls under Board Policy 2240 because it's controversial and political in nature. So I sought out clarity so that I was not formally reprimanded with a formal reprimand in my file, which is what I was told would happen next. I never got answers. Nobody responded to my emails. I spoke with a member of administration face to face. I asked if I could do a lesson on the Nobel Peace Prize and all the individuals who've won Nobel Peace Prizes in the past. I asked if I could mention that Black Lives Matter was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize as a social justice movement, not a political movement, a social justice movement. I was told no. Black Lives Matter falls under Board Policy 2240. This policy needs to go. Several teachers in this district have been reprimanded for saying they believe Black Lives Matter. They've done slideshows saying that that's just something they personally believe in that matters to them and is important. Reprimanded. Wearing a Black Lives Matter shirt, reprimanded. Putting an LGBTQ flag in their room because they support it, reprimanded. Why? Board Policy 2240. It needs to go, and diversity in this district needs to start to be a priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Michael?
Go ahead, Michael.
Hello, Michael Coate, 951 North Jefferson Street. Board members, I'm talking to you tonight about ventilation, one of the topics I've brought up multiple times. Kind of want to just give you sort of an update of where we stand. We know that COVID is airborne, and to mitigate risk, we really need to have improved ventilation. It is great to see that Mason Public Schools has really worked on this, right? You as a board have approved some air filters. It's my understanding that those are starting to be installed maybe right now, but unfortunately they won't probably be complete until after spring break at all the schools. Mason Public Schools has also done a great job of opening up the dampeners, allowing as maximum amount of outside air into classroom as possible. But it's important to note that that's not possible in all rooms, in all buildings, at all schools. And also, teachers are being encouraged to open windows, which is another great strategy that we are well aware of. So when I started researching the return to school for my 6th and 11th grader, I started asking questions of administrators and Mason Public School officials in terms of what they knew about the air changes per hour, which is a great way to really know what's going on with the ventilation in a building. And this would be following the recommendations of the Harvard Healthy Buildings Program. You probably, hopefully saw that in the New York Times yesterday, a great visual, kind of an interactive that kind of walks you through at different levels of a classroom, what happens without proper ventilation. Now, most likely ventilation in Mason Public Schools is not poor, and that's good, but we don't know that for sure. Mason Public Schools doesn't know the air changes per hour, and I really can't fault them for not knowing that. It's a complicated procedure that it probably would have taken all summer to determine that information. So the recommendation is 5 to 6 air changes per hour. For comparison, a hospital has 12 air changes per hour, and poor ventilation, you know, in some classrooms in the country would be something like 1 to 2 air changes. So without the air change information per hour, what's the next best thing to do? Well, my research has uncovered that would be the aerosol scientists recommend using a CO2 analyzer that uses NDIR technology, which is non-dispersive infrared CO2 analyzer. And essentially this device, which costs anywhere from $100 to $200 for a handheld device, so it sounds like a pretty good bargain, it gives you the parts per million of carbon dioxide in the air. To give you some idea of the scale of this, if you measured outside air, you'd have a reading of about 400 parts per million. If you got a reading of 800 parts per million, inside a building or inside a classroom, it would mean about 1% of the air that you're breathing in has been air that someone else has breathed. If you got a value of something like 4,400 parts per million, what that would mean is 10% of the air that an individual is breathing in is air that has been breathed by somebody else, and that's dangerous. That is a level that kind of shows poor ventilation. So Mason Public School has 2 of these CO2 analyzers. There's 2. We have 6 buildings. So what I'm calling for tonight, and hopefully one of you as a board member will take this on. This is something that's incredibly actionable. You can start this work tomorrow in one of your committees, or even maybe not with the committee. But what we need is, at the bare minimum, one of these CO2 analyzers in every building in our district. We need somebody to learn how to operate it correctly, and then systematically monitor the values in all of our different rooms. Paying attention first to, like the first speaker tonight said, places where we know students are unmasked, right? So lunchroom and things like that. I'm sure there are also other buildings that have been identified as having potentially poor ventilation. The next thing would be to share this information with all stakeholders, right? I mean, this is really important information, the kind of information that you need for your discussion today, because it will actually give you values. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Michael.
Amy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Amy.
Hello, my name is Amy Hvac. I live at 69 Hvac Drive East in Mason, Michigan. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. This has been a trying year for all members of the Mason community and the world around us. Decisions that have been made here with the board, the administration team, and at the school level have not always been easy. The last decision made on February 1st to remain virtual or hybrid for the remainder of the year took courage to make. I was proud to be a Bulldog when I heard this decision. I've had the wonderful opportunity to provide my virtual kindergarten families with a consistent, rigorous, and engaging online experience this year based off a decision that was made by the board in September. I wrote to the board and expressed how it was not developmentally appropriate at the kindergarten level to Hvac teach in the classroom. I expressed that I am one teacher. I can provide instruction either face-to-face or online. I cannot provide both at the same time and ensure that all students are being provided with my full attention, feedback, and an equitable education. My stance on this has not changed. I am now once again being asked to do this for my students for the last 8 weeks of school. My question is why? Why change the routine for my whole class, which will only allow up to 15 kids to come back due to social distancing? Why force me to prioritize the kids in the classroom for safety reasons, which I should, when half of my class will be still waiting for me at home online? We have worked hard to become a team that supports each other, not one that is pitted against each other. Why divide my class and risk losing engagement, rigor, and enthusiasm just to put kids in seats? Virtual kindergarten has been going well for our class. Why fix something that isn't broken? My class is amazing. They are kind, smart, funny, and resilient. They have an incredible support system of grown-ups at home, daycare that work with me to provide the best education possible. Virtual families chose to be online for a reason. Changing to Hvac takes away the virtual-only experience that my families have grown to appreciate. At this point in the year, I feel that a drastic change in their routine will do more harm than good. As an educator, it is in my nature to give 100% of my attention to my class. As an educator being told to Hvac, that is now more realistically 70% attention to the in-person kids and 30% attention to online. I am one person. I cannot in good conscience advocate to split my attention with our youngest learners. I would like to stress that Hvac teaching learning in the kindergarten setting is not appropriate and should not be used, especially with students who have never been in a classroom this year. You may not see the 24 student bodies in chairs in my classroom currently, but stop by and see us prepping 2 weeks in advance for folder exchange for these 24 kids. Join my Zoom any day to see our class actively engaging with each other, or watch me wheel my teaching station to different areas in the room to get that authentic experience while learning from different topics. We are learning, we are thriving, and we don't need Hvac for the end of the year. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
Heather.
Are you there, Heather?
Heather's muted.
Heather, you're on mute if you're there. Elaine, why don't you put Heather back in queue and let's take the next person in line.
Rhiannon.
Rhiannon, thank you. Thank you, President Kramer. Thank you, board, for hearing from us today. My name is Rhiannon Klein. I am from Mason, Michigan. I am an advocacy consultant working with a group of parents who are concerned about diversity, inclusion, and equity issues in Mason School District. Today, I'm going to write a letter that I have formally sent to Mr. Creamer. I will also send it to the rest of you. Following this meeting, this letter will be released to the media as well. This letter reads, we write you today as parents of students currently enrolled and soon to be enrolled in Mason Public Schools, as well as concerned residents and taxpayers in the city of Mason. We ask you to take immediate action to acknowledge the diversity in Mason Public Schools and support all students through the diversity and inclusion steps outlined below. As you know, education holds the key to our future. We believe our future elevates and honors the experience of families of color. To create a future where racism and discrimination do not linger in our everyday interactions, we must teach our children inclusivity, equity, and diversity now. As parents, we strive to teach these essential tools to our children at home, but we cannot do it alone because we entrust the care of and education of our children to Mason Public Schools. We ask that you join us in shaping our children's futures by educating them on racial diversity and inclusion. In that spirit, we submit to you the following requests. Number 1, eliminate Board Policy 2240 controversial issues listed below. This policy, subjectively and loosely applied throughout the district. Many teachers have been reprimanded for violating this policy this academic year, and oftentimes due to teaching of or merely discussion of diversity in their classroom. Number 2, immediate removal of the current Mason Public Schools Diversity Committee co-chairs and appoint new chairs rather than chair positions being held exclusively by Mason Public Schools administrators. Extend this opportunity to educators who are ready to lead on a volunteer basis. Number 3, the Mason Public Schools Policy and Curriculum Committee to add elementary, middle, and high school curriculums to include, but not limited to, curriculum provided by Black Lives Matter at school, a curriculum approved by the National Educators Association. We ask that this begin immediately to provide adequate training opportunities for teachers to successfully implement the curriculum during the upcoming school year. Number 4, no more neutrality. Mason Public Schools will no longer remain neutral on issues of race and diversity, as this stance is harmful to our students and families of color. The district should collaborate with teachers, parents, and students in crafting a statement of support for all students and families in Mason. Number 5, members of the Mason Public School Administration and or school board, specifically but not limited to, special education director of Mason Public Schools who believe that diversity and inclusion education is controversial and or seemingly political, issue an apology to all Mason families or resign effective immediately. It is unacceptable to deny the student body in Mason Public Schools their right to learn about diversity. Lastly, number 6, the district provide a publicly accessible document that specifically outlines how Mason Public Schools diversity consultant, Dr. Carlin Tishner, is being utilized throughout the district. Furthermore, Dr. Tishner should be utilized for all issues related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, including but not limited to those listed in this letter until all members of the district have been fully trained. Changes must be made in our school district to reflect the intention of all educators and to foster a sense of kindness, understanding, and civic responsibility. We ask that in collaborative spirit, the above recommendations be instituted by the Mason School Board immediately. We, the undersigned, are committed to Mason School District becoming a model of diversity and inclusion and offer ourselves as resources in this endeavor. Thank you for your prompt consideration of this issue. We ask that you consider the letter with good faith. We look forward to attending the diversity and committee on March 10th, I believe it is. And we look forward to holding this board accountable to the 6 asks that we have in this letter. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rhiannon.
Michelle?
Yes, my name is Michelle Burt, 417 Coppersmith Drive. I've lived in Mason community for 24 years, and I've raised, my husband and I have raised 2 boys through the Mason Public Schools, no complaints. with an unfortunate ending to their senior year last year. So I definitely understand what some of the parents and students are kind of going through. Mason is a great community to raise kids, which like I said, we've done that. And I'm here speaking for the students, in favor of the students to return to full-time if possible. If they need virtual, they can do virtual. And my evidence for that is not statistics, it's personal experience. Like I said, I've been teaching for 24 years in a neighboring district in Fowlerville, in the next county over in Livingston County. All of our districts are in person, or I should say hybrid. We've been in person since September 2nd in Fowlerville specifically. I have been in there. I teach 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday. Friday is our virtual remote learning day. Our virtual students are asynchronous. So that is a day throughout the week as well during prep time, and on Fridays, I'm able to address any of their needs, Zoom meetings if needed, and so forth. I really believe the mental state of these kids is what they need to be in school. We've been, like I said, in person. I have not missed a day yet of school. We had a soft start, kind of like what Mason is doing right now for the first 3 weeks. And then we went to a block schedule where I see 3 hours on 2 days a week and the other 3 hours the other 2 days a week. We have not shut down. I am in the junior high. I'm sorry, I did not mention that. I'm in the junior high. Our K-8 has not shut any of the buildings down. The high school was shut down in November, December, just like the rest of the high schools in the state due to the mandate by CDC governor. I really believe that you can be in school and you can do it safely with protocols that are in place. Students, staff, we wear masks all day. During passing times, we have 10-minute passing times so that I can spray down the desks and the chairs. They dry for 5 minutes, and then students are allowed in the room to sit down and continue with the education in person. They're spread out as much as they can be. I have my smallest class currently is 15. My biggest class is 29. Okay. And again, I am fortunate. I have not been tested positive. I was just able to get my second dose just last week for the vaccine, but I truly believe there is a safe way to do this and get the majority of these students back in school. And yes, it is hard. I am teaching both online or virtual and in person, but it can be done. And I think it's going to take a little adjustment, and some students that are virtual might not get that one-on-one attention that in-person kids do, but that's their choice. They went virtual, unfortunately. We started with about 70% in person on September 2nd. We are up to 85% of our student body is in person. So, I mean, I have a lot of things I could share and stuff, but again, I want to keep it short for you guys. So just by personal experience, it is possible. Currently I have 2 students who are quarantining only because their parents have been tested. Anybody that has been positive it's been outside of school. The spread has not been in school. We do contact tracing. Seating charts are turned in. So there's a way to quarantine any kids that do have exposure to somebody who is tested positive. And then we were able to just give them their curriculum online with our platform. So it is possible. I am passionate about students being in school, the relationships, the socializing, the collaboration, that one-on-one, it is safe. And I just hope you can reconsider. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle.
Rachel.
Hi there. So my name is Rachel Brander. I'm a parent of 2 Steele Elementary students who are currently COVID homeschoolers. I'm here to share with the board that I fully support efforts to teach our children diversity, inclusivity, and equity. I am thankful for the work that is being done in Mason Public Schools, and I would push that we have more work to do. I believe that a good place to start would be to repeal the board policy 2240. Wording like this governing our public schools is closed-minded, to say the least, and it opens up the curriculum to be subjectively restricted by the personal feelings of a few leaders. Teaching about different cultures, minority groups, and the human experience of our fellow Americans should never be considered a controversial topic to begin with. Empathy is a skill that needs to be modeled and explicitly taught if we are to raise kind and accepting students who are ready to take on the world in the 21st century. I strongly urge the board to take up the suggestions that were outlined in the letter that were submitted to you this evening. And also, I just want to say that I would like to thank you for your civic duty that you are all completing. This is a really hard time to be on a school board, and it's a hard time to be in education. And I appreciate your work that you're doing for our community. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Charles?
Hi, thank you all. My name is Charles Newhouse. My wife Whitney and I are joining in here as parents of a kindergartner at Hvac Education Center. Actually, our student is in Miss Amy McVall's classroom, who spoke just a few minutes ago. That being said, he is learning virtually. And for the first time in his education, he did 2 years of preschool, 1 year of early on. Now this is his second year of kindergarten. For the very first time in his education on a virtual level even, he's succeeding, he's thriving. And we just received notice just a couple of days ago that beginning April 12th, Hvac Education Center would be moving. The plan would be to be moving to a Hvac teaching schedule. As Ms. McVall said just moments ago, that she's, as a phenomenal a teacher she is, she's only one teacher. I'm also speaking as a teacher myself in the Jackson area. I cannot fathom a plan where teaching kindergartners, it would make sense to have half of the class in person and at the same time teach the other half of the class virtually. I had a brief stint in a kindergarten classroom, and I know that their attention levels are developmentally not there, where if the teacher is having to work with the in-person students, she's going to lose, or they would lose, all of their engagement in the virtual students. And then when you go back to focusing on the virtual students, you're going to spend all the time you have with them regaining that engagement, and then you're going to lose the engagement of the in-person students. Now, to switch the teaching schedule on April 12th, when there's only 8 weeks of school left, it is just not a plan that makes sense. I don't see the justification in doing that because all of the schools shut down at about this time last year. And for our son who was in kindergarten then, this is where his education was cut off. So now our son who would be learning virtually is going to be stuck at home on mute, losing all of that engagement. And his education is going to be cut off at this same point again. In an ideal situation, we would love a scenario where all of the students could return in person. That would be fantastic. And I do think that there are ways to make that happen. That being said, if that's not able to happen, I don't see a reason to move to the Hvac schedule. If there's the possibility of keeping the classroom at a fully virtual classroom, or keeping that as it is to complete out the year, that plan just seems way more efficient, way more beneficial to the students, specifically at a kindergarten level. Just developmentally, to switch it up at 0 hour with only 8 weeks left in the school year is not a plan that would benefit the students in person or virtually, I feel like. I do appreciate your consideration on our feelings on this, as well as making a decision going forward. But I just am looking out for what's best for our son, and the plan that it looks like is in place coming up here pretty soon is not what's best for him. So please take that into consideration prior to making that decision on April 12th. Thank you.
Thanks, Charlie.
Jennifer?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead, Jennifer.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Katie. Address is 3188 Ralph Road. And I've had 4 kids in Mason Public Schools. One's graduated and off in college. I have a senior in the high school and a freshman in the high school, and also a first grader. So I want to thank you all for allowing the opportunity to speak tonight. But I do have to say that one of the most frustrating things in these board meetings is the inability to ask questions and get answers. It seems like the meeting starts with comments being made by people, and it's made by the community. It's merely a formality, that it's just a brief discussion afterwards, that don't really take into account what's being said. And maybe it is, but I haven't seen that, to be honest with you. I feel like there needs to be more accountability by the board members to listen and respond to the questions that are being asked. And for more opportunity either throughout the meeting. I realize that it's a long meeting. You have a lot of people that want to talk and you have to stick to some rules and whatnot. But I feel like there needs to be more opportunity for some community discussion as opposed to brief comments at the beginning and comments at the end. That being said, the main reason I'm on tonight is that I would like the option to have my children back in school. I am not asking for you to take away the online option for people. I think that that's important. I think we need to offer that option, both options. I think 50% of the community, it seems, wants the online option, and 50% of the community wants the in-person. And honestly, I feel only the online side is being heard and not the in-person portion of it. I realize we're a divided community, but I don't see why we can't make it work on both ways. I realize it's hard. I'm not a teacher myself, obviously, but it's hard on everyone. It's hard on the parents who are home trying to get their first graders to pay attention to the computer. I know it's hard on the teachers. My son is, his teacher is fantastic. She is doing the Hvac. I believe, if I'm correct, all elementary schools are doing the Hvac. That is just the Harvey Center that's doing the all online. And she's doing a phenomenal job at it. But it's not that it's difficult for a first grader to engage and then unengage, because she's able to do both the in-person and not in-person. But I can tell you that when he's in school, I don't have to look at him and say, would you be doing that when you were sitting in your classroom? Would you be tapping and singing and dancing and playing with your Legos and, as not focusing? And he's a good student, right? It's very difficult for him to focus when he's not in school. So I think at the younger level, they need that pressure of being in school. At the higher level, it's not just me who wants my kids to be back in school. My high schoolers want to be back in school. They complain about not feeling motivated. They are concerned that they're not learning at the level they should. Again, no complaints about the teachers in particular. I think they're all trying very hard, but it's difficult when you have a question and you're no longer online. And when you're in the class, you can go up to the teacher and say, hey, I have this question. I know you just explained it to me, but I don't understand. That's not an option online. It's just not feasible. At least it has not been for my kids. They're concerned about college and being prepared for college. And they're really concerned about the mental health of their friends. And to be honest with you, that's one thing that I don't hear enough of in these meetings. We're not talking at all about the mental health of our students. And I get COVID is a real thing and it's dangerous and that's something we need to think about. So is the mental health of our kids. So that being said, I again don't want to take away any options for those families that feel that being online is the best option for them. But I want the option for the rest of us in the community to be able to have in person. I know it's difficult, but it can be done. Other school districts, East Lansing is starting, I believe, 4 days a week. They're not full days, but the kids are in school every day. And East Lansing is a bigger school district than we are. DeWitt is doing it. Charlotte is doing it. It's possible. So I appreciate you listening to my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Carla? Carla?
I'm sorry. I'm not speaking. I don't know what happened. I did not mean to raise my hand.
All right, thanks, Carla.
Jackie?
Hi, excuse me, my name is Jackie and I live in Mason. My son is a student of Miss McFaul that spoke earlier.
Hey, Jackie, I'm sorry to interrupt. If you could state your full address, please.
I'd rather not for everyone that's on the call.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Excuse me, my son is a student of Miss McFaul. And I, as a parent, I'm concerned about the Hvac thing that you guys are planning on doing. I'm sure, as you all know, like small children especially thrive on consistency, and that's something they've really lacked this year, especially. My son had to change teachers back in October. He was already upset about that. And while I'm thankful Miss McFaul, she's a great teacher. But yet again, this would cause another change, and it just works better for our family for him to stay virtual. And I really don't like how that, no fault of her own, she would have to pay more attention to the children directly in front of her as opposed to the virtual students. But I don't feel like it's fair to the families that want to or need to stay virtual, because you know, she has to pay closer attention to the kids that are in front of her for safety reasons and whatnot. And 5-year-olds have a hard time paying attention, staying virtual all day anyway. But also with kids in front of her, she's then going to have to wear a mask, possibly a face shield. So they're not even going to get to see her face anymore. And she's got a beautiful smiling face. And it's important for kids to be able to see mouths, to learn sounds and learn how to stretch out words. And they can't see that with a mask. And not to mention, she's not going to be able to be right in front of her computer anymore. She's going to have to be, excuse me, further back and move around. I also really don't think it's fair to the educators to ask them to do that. They've already been through so much this year. And as she stated, she's only one person. She can only focus so much. And I think if y'all are gonna ask her to do 2 jobs, you need to double her pay. Like, that's, if you're gonna ask double the work, deserves double the pay. It's already hard for these kids. They're probably not going to be quite where they should be at the end of this year, just due to the mess that all this is, which is no fault of the educators. But I also don't know why you guys are pushing for this when the educators themselves are saying, hey, this is not age appropriate. This is not a good idea. Our kids aren't going to thrive on this. We want to do what's best for our kids. And if the teachers aren't saying it's a good idea, you should listen to them. It's my understanding that you all were invited to watch in on her class, and only one of you took that opportunity. So I don't know how you can sit there and say that this is what's best if you didn't even sit there and take the time to see what she's doing on a day-to-day basis. It's also going to take away from her planning time, because she's still going to have to do the folder exchanges and whatnot. And she's probably going to have to use her own personal time to do that. And again, that's not fair to her. So I believe that's all I have for you. I hope you all will really consider all of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. At this time, I actually see 4 more hands raised, and so we will get through these 4, but if others have comments, if you could please hold off to the end of the meeting at this point. Thank you.
Matt,
Hi, this is Matt Edick at 2989 Tomlinson Road in Mason. And I just wanted to make a couple comments. As a former educator who has taught both in person and online, I would agree with both Mrs. Burt and Mrs. McBaugh. Certainly it can be done, but certainly no teacher is 2 people. And it's hard for me to imagine any teacher being able to do a good job doing both of those things at once. And as much as I know I couldn't do it, I also have the fortunate experience of having a child in middle school in the special ed classroom with probably, I would arguably say, 2 of the best teachers in the district who really struggle to keep my son engaged. And it's not really through any fault of theirs. They reach out to us constantly to find out what else they could do to make this experience better for him. And, you know, the honest answer is there's not something else they can do. It's really hard to be able to divide attention between an in-person engagement and an, excuse me, and an online engagement. So I would just like to share that experience with you, that even with the best of teachers, this is challenging and probably not the best type of option for students, especially really young students with short attention span. And then the only other comment that I would like to share with you is thinking about the issues of diversity, inclusion, and equity. As I sit in front of my iPad looking at the board, it's hard for me to imagine a deep, engaging discussion on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And understanding that these are, you know, elected seats, maybe there is something the board can do as the next election comes forward to start recruiting and fostering in some individuals that maybe make the board look more like the community. That might be a nice, strong step towards bringing true diversity, equity, and inclusion to the schools. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
NG.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead. Your name and address, please.
Yeah, this is Nathan Gill, 3794 Kirkland Ridge. We have our student in the Harvey Center, and I know obviously there's opinions for and against, so I just want to kind of share what my opinion is. Our son is really thriving in the online only, and I know that we were asked, you know, if we wanted to go back. I would love for my student to go back. My only concern is that because he is doing so well, because there's only 15 spots available, if all the parents ask and the 24 or 26 of our students all want to go back, which I would love to send my student back, he would be put to the back because he is doing so well. So just kind of like how some of the other parents talked about, it was kind of stripped away. He was at the early learning center last year, and, you know, everything ended, which, you know, that had, you know, we had to keep our students safe. I just really want my student to be able to thrive and not put to the back burner. I can't ask these teachers to do 2 jobs. You know, I guess my recommendation is let's keep the online going and let's keep in person. So if you could have 26 or 24 students in the classrooms safely, let's do it. If students and parents want to keep online only, let's keep that option. So let's have both options. Just kind of have the parents. I know parents want to send their students back, so let's make that an option. And parents that are still not comfortable fully in person and want to go that route, let's keep an option for them as well. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate it. I know it's trying times and you guys are pressed in multiple directions. No direction is going to make everybody happy, but I appreciate your work.
Thanks, Nathan.
Eric.
Hey, thanks for the opportunity. Eric Egan, 733 Roosevelt. We have 4 kids in the school district, and they all want to go back. They love their teachers. And, first off, we love this community. Like I said, we moved here 2 years ago from the Chicagoland area. We've never lived somewhere where there's so much community pride, and that spills over in the school districts. And, our kids want to get back to school. The Chicago Public School District, the third largest district in the country, went back today in person. Teachers are vaccinated. It's time. Okay. There's nothing else to wait for at this point. Dr. Fauci says it's time. President Biden wants it in his first 100-day plan. Everybody is on board with getting these kids back in school. So that's it. Love these teachers, love this community, and thanks for this opportunity to have a moment.
Great, thanks, Eric. We have one more.
We do, but it looks like they're using an older version of Zoom, so I cannot allow them to talk.
All right, it looks like that's Wes.
Wes, I'm sorry. You're using a older version of Zoom, so I cannot allow you to talk at all.
Wes, I guess if you'd like to upgrade, we'll have another public comment at the end. Otherwise, feel free to send an email to the board with any of your concerns. So at this point, we're going to move on. We'll have more public comment at the end of the meeting. Next item tonight is our special report. There's obviously a lot of people on this meeting tonight. I hope people don't walk away disappointed. I think the primary goal tonight is an update from Ron and his team, allowing the board to ask questions, maybe challenge ideas, maybe not. But I think tonight is more educational based than anything else. The actual COVID plan that needs to be updated monthly by the board will be on next week's agenda. Gives us more time as a board to digest all the comments that are coming in from the community, further look at some data, and again, just digesting some of the information we'll see tonight and comments by other board members. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Ron, and it's your show.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Creamer. I do want to take you through a little PowerPoint presentation here, and give you a little update as far as the progress we've made to date. Are we going to be able to screen share that, Matt?
Should be able to see it now. Can you see it?
There it is. Can we see it? Great. Okay. First, I just want to update, the board. Of course, this is not new, but just give you a little update as far as timeline. We're looking back to our last decision was made on February 1st. We did have parent registration, parent choice for the third trimester, which begins March 15th. Two different deadlines for the middle school and high school and elementary. First day of the third trimester and new transportation routes will happen on March 15th. That gives us plenty of time to get our bus routes in order. But what we've been doing since February 22nd is starting to schedule our prioritized population. And I know that the board was adamant that we wanted to make sure we serviced as many kids as we could for a full in-person model based on priority. And you can hear a little bit more about that in the presentation. We do know that spring break is the first full week in April, and our next regularly scheduled board meeting after next week's meeting, which I should have included here, but I did not, is April 12th. I do want to give the board an update on our HVAC project. For those of you that aren't familiar, the board approved around a $500,000 HVAC upgrade to all of our buildings. I think it would have been back in November. Might have been October. I think it's November. And so now there was some delays in the procurement of the equipment due to a variety of shipping and material issues. However, the recent update now is that we do have the filters for steel They'll be installed this week, so that's certainly good news. We're planning on all the other elementary filters will arrive March 12th. And you can see the middle school and high school, March 19th, and all filters will be installed by early April. We do have the spring break time, which will allow us to get in the classrooms and create a little dust and dirt without disrupting, teachers. And so that'll give us a little window there of opportunity to get some of that work done. But we are getting them in as fast as we can with the staff that we have. So we're certainly excited about that kind of happening. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Brooks right now. He's going to give you a little update on staffing and then and also mitigation measures. And then Mr. Stewart will kind of give you a little bit of update on what's going on in relation to offering more in person to more kids. So Mr. Brooks.
Okay, thank you, Ron. I'll do the staffing update first, and then I think the next slide is mitigation measures. So one thing that we've made an effort on this year is to add more permanent district substitutes, and those are teacher substitutes that are with us each and every day, rather than having a lot of day-to-day substitutes. We currently have 9 permanent subs. We actually have, in a typical year, we have 4 floating substitutes that are in these long-term roles. And due to employee leaves of absence, we actually have 3 additional long-term subs that are teaching in classrooms. And then we've actually enlisted the help of another 2 substitutes that are with us on an everyday basis in learning labs. So we've got 14 right now that are on board every day with us. We are continuing to interview and actually have interviews scheduled for this week to add additional permanent subs. And that's been the most reliable solution for us this year. Very difficult to get substitutes to sign on the day of an absence. So that's our main strategy at this point for teaching subs. We've also extended an offer to our current staff that may meet the criteria to serve as a classroom substitute, and will be reimbursing individuals for their permit cost. And we have a handful of staff that are interested in that. Now they have a role already in the district, so we'll have to be cautious on utilizing them, but to have that safety net of capable and knowledgeable substitutes is really important this year. And as part of the overall substitute effort, we did increase our daily rate for the day-to-day subs that come on short notice, and also our long-term rate. So we're essentially even or at the top of our local area on our pay rates at this point. And we've had some luck in recent weeks on helping to fill our lunch and recess supervisor positions, and those have been a challenge as well. But we're in relatively decent shape. We could still use a couple more around the district, but we're a much better position than we were about a month ago. As far as custodial work relative to health and safety, our contract staff are fully in place. We have our staff for each building, and then 2 additional staff members on contract that we use to fill voids on a day-to-day basis, but they're with us every day as well. We do have 2 vacancies right now in our custodial and maintenance bargaining unit, those district employed positions, and those are posted right now and will be interviews and selections in the near future. Lastly, on staffing, our bus driving crew is at full staffing right now, though we're planning for next year and looking at a few qualified candidates that we feel fortunate to have. And so we're working now to ensure that we're appropriately staffed come next fall. And to bring on and train a driver, it can take up to 8 weeks. So it's important that we recruit now, and the staff at the transportation department has made quite a good effort to help us in that regard. In the next slide, a little bit on mitigation. We do have, I think, our routine and expectations around mask wearing. I think our staff has fallen into a good routine. I think everybody understands at this point why it's important, why it's critical to wear masks appropriately and in the right spaces, and when you can take them off. We still have issues with reminding folks from time to time, as with any health and safety issue, but we do feel confident in where we're at currently. We do still have the same expectations on personal hygiene and hand washing, reminding students and each other, and having good practices. I did mention our cleaning staff and where we're at right now with regard to both district hired staff and our contracted staff. But we have been able to retain our DMBER employees at this point. And in the beginning, there was a little bit of turnover. We've settled into a good routine with them. One thing that's not mentioned here are our supplies for health and safety items, all the personal protective equipment. We still have good inventories of those items. It's much easier now to order what we need relative to last fall when things were in short supply. So we feel confident about where we're at and being able to supply our staff the things they need to work safely. And lastly, and this has been a topic of discussion maybe in the last couple of months, especially with the board or board committees, and that's the quarantine standards. Ingham County has begun giving us direction on staff that have been exposed and need to quarantine. It was a 14-day standard in the past. They're now allowing on a case-by-case basis a 10-day quarantine or isolation, and then 4 days of monitoring. But people can return to work a little sooner than they could in the past. We also have guidance from the health department that staff that are fully vaccinated, meaning 14 days beyond their second dose, if they're exposed, they don't have to quarantine. They do have to monitor for symptoms, of course, but we do that every day we come to work. But we do have to still report exposures, even if somebody's been vaccinated or not. So that's been helpful. And for staff that have been vaccinated, any side effects they have, we've been given good guidance as well from health experts on their ability to work if they're experiencing certain symptoms that are known side effects. Of course, things like a fever are a little bit different. If you have a fever as a side effect from the vaccine, that has a different rule. So it does give us the ability to keep staff working. If they have a sore arm or are a little bit achy, for example, from a vaccine, in most cases, they can continue to work for that day or two. So that's the basics and a few things that are newer pieces of information for us.
Thanks, Rook. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about our what we've been doing in terms of prioritization of our students and in terms of returning them full-time in person, which for us is 4 days in person. And so over the past few weeks, the principals and the teachers have been working incredibly hard across the district to find ways to increase the number of students that are attending full-time in person 4 days a week, while still also maintaining those COVID-19 protocols, especially for social distancing that we all know are so important. And so to do this, we've developed a prioritization list to determine who would be invited back in a certain order. And so you can see on the slide in front of you the students that have been identified to begin to bring back where possible. And so the first group is, of course, our students with disabilities, students with those IEPs and those 504 plans. Principals and teachers, of course, have been looking at things like attendance and truancy, where our students have done on their winter benchmarks. We've given our tests in the fall and then again tests in the winter semester. And we've looked at that data and begun to prioritize students that are potentially at risk based on that data. We also have what are called 31A protocols. That's the way we determine students who are at risk for funding. And there's additional criteria that fall into the way that we determine those at-risk students. And so principals are looking at that as well. Things like unstable and unreliable internet, free and reduced lunch eligibility, and then based on teacher feedback, if they feel that students need to be back more in person. And so based on that criteria, the principals have begun to already invite students back, especially at our elementary buildings. And some of those students are in the classroom right now 4 days a week. The other thing I'd like to just remind the board is that our students in the basic special education classrooms, they've been 4-day in person since fall, and since January at grades K-8, they've been full day, 4-day in person. And so this is our elementary K-5 plan. Currently, students are attending in one of 4 ways, either fully remote, our traditional hybrid where they're attending Monday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Friday. And you'll hear me refer to that as blue, red, and purple. Our purple students are the students who have been invited back 4 days a week, full return. So they're attending Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, with Wednesdays being fully remote. And then Hvac, where the teachers are teaching both in-person students and remote students simultaneously. And so we have a kind of a breakdown of the data as of this afternoon. This data is continually changing, but currently at the Harvey Education Center, about 37.5% of our students are fully remote and 62.5% are hybrid. And of those hybrid students, 51% are now have been invited back full in person. So they're attending 4 days a week, either with a classroom teacher or in a learning lab situation. So they're in the building at least 4 days a week. At Aladdin, it's 30% are fully remote and 70% are hybrid. And of that 70% hybrid, 49% of them are full in person. North Aurelius, it's 24%, 76% are hybrid, and then 31% of those hybrid students are back full in person. And then at Steele, of course, 32% full remote, 68% are hybrid, with 50% of those hybrid students back full in person. And so the principals and teachers continue to invite students back. And so these numbers will continue to change, and they will continue to rise as we continue to invite students back where there is room to be able to do that. At the middle school and the high school, they have just completed the development of their 3rd trimester master schedules. And so this is kind of an overview of what those look like. And so there are 20 sections. A section is essentially a class. There are 20 sections that are fully remote, or 12% of all the classes offered at the middle school. Hvac, which again is that simultaneous instruction of in-person students and remote students. There are 119 sections, so 72% of all classrooms are being taught in that way. And then face-to-face or hybrid, some of the classes are completely face-to-face and some are that traditional hybrid. There are 27 sections at the middle school, or 16%. So a little bit closer look at the students here. Our blue learners, which are the Monday and Thursday students, we have 223 of them in the hybrid, and that's about 30.4% of all students at the middle school. The red learners, which are your Tuesday, Thursday students, they're 217, about 30%, 29.6%. The purple learners, those are the students that are in the process of being invited back. Currently, there are only 15 of those students, but that number will rise significantly over the, as we enter 3rd trimester. And then the remote learners make up 290 of the middle school students, or 40% of the total population. The high school, an overview of their master schedule. They have 21 remote sections, or 12.7%. Their Hvac sections are 96 sections, or 58.2% of all possible classes. And then face-to-face and hybrid are 48 sections, or 29.1%. And then their blue and red learners are approximately 30% split evenly. Again, the invitations will be going out for the purple learners, the students coming back 4 days, and then remote learners make up 40%, so hybrid 60. So next steps in terms of academics and invitations of students to return. First, at kindergarten at the Harvey Center, we've hired an additional K teacher, and that has allowed us to be able to accommodate 32 more in-person students. And we're having discussions about potentially bringing on another kindergarten teacher that would allow us to bring in even more in-person students. We're exploring that transition to of the 4 virtual classrooms that are currently fully virtual to a Hvac model. If we were to move to that Hvac model, that would allow us to bring 60 additional in-person students back for 3rd trimester. So we're exploring that right now and having conversations. Grades 1 through 5, we continue to offer those 4-day in-person spots. And again, as I said earlier, they're constantly changing. They change throughout the day. And so these were the latest numbers as of late this afternoon. We're also having conversations about being able to provide additional intervention support. We've looked at that winter data that I spoke of, and we're beginning to look for places that we can target that additional support at the elementary level to help our students. Middle school, mentioned bringing back more students. We're also looking at the potentially restoring some of the various supports that we've traditionally offered, like pause and advisory. During the earlier portion of the year, we didn't provide those, but we're looking at ways to potentially bring those back for third trimester. The other thing that we've begun to do at the secondary level is work with a program called Engage Michigan. That's a program that's supported by the state of Michigan. And that organization provides academic coaching to students that we've identified as at risk. And for us, what that is students that are struggling with their grades right now in terms of course failure. We've identified students and given them Engage Michigan their contact information, and then academic coaches work with their parents and their students to find if there's any barriers preventing them from attending school or things that they need assistance with. They help make plans with the students, to improve their grades. They will contact teachers and IT and other district staff to get assistance for those families if needed. And so we're doing that both at the middle and the high school, and we're continuing to invite more students and families to participate in that program as well. And then at the high school, in addition to bringing back more 4-day in-person students, they're also having conversations about how they can increase their learning labs, provide credit recovery for students that may have lost credit earlier this year in first and second trimester potentially. And then also bringing back Bulldog Brilliance, which is an after-school program that the high school has traditionally offered in the past. So that are the things that we're doing right now. If you have questions for any of us, feel free to ask.
One thing I do want to mention and remind the board and the audience is that, right from the beginning, our school day really looks like a regular school day, whether it's virtual or in person. I mean, we start at our normal time, we end at a normal time with the traditional school year. And so, kudos to our delivery model in relation to contact time with teachers on the curriculum. And you compare that time with other districts who have half-day plans, we compare very favorably to that. But I just wanted to mention that, and I know you're all aware of it, but I thought it'd be important to point that out. So.
I guess we're going to open up to questions from board members. So
sure. Yeah, I mean, I'll start with some questions. I hope we, as a board, treat this as a working session. I guess I feel I'm going to challenge the administration. I'm going to challenge some board members. Feel free to challenge me. I think that's what a working session is. I think we should remember that our goal, according to our bylaws, as school board members, is to set policy, not to go along with policy, but is to set policy. And I think that's an important distinction that we need to remember. I guess, Ron, what are the goals of the district right now? I mean, do you see a goal of returning to quote unquote full face-to-face instruction in this school year or not?
Well, we're working from the last board decision, which was, to remain hybrid for the third trimester, which would be for the rest of the year, but bring back as many students as possible under the priority student designation to maximize our class space and so on and so forth. So that's what we're following, and that was the last decision of the board on February 1st.
But you work to develop and offer additional goals and guidance in between some of our early meetings when we were all heading for the purple plan and this plan. I mean, are you undergoing the same reality checks and discussion as a staff? Okay, if this happens, this is where we can get, or are we just saying, great, we've made the decision for hybrid, we're done?
Well, we've had those discussions, Mr. Beebe. And as we all know, right, I think the gentleman quoted some of the metrics that we are now seeing in our area. Granted, the decision was made in February 1st, and if you look at the metrics in the middle of January, they look much different now here as we sit on March 1st. And so you know, we did get some additional information from you know, CDC. Also, you know, we know that vaccinations are continuing to increase across our region and across our state and country. We did get some good news in relation to, you know, quarantining for people who have been vaccinated. So all those factors, yes, are in play. And you know, you had some conversations. And so, you know, that's
okay.
kind of why
I guess what I'm trying to get at is what, you know, I think we owe our taxpayers, you know, what's going to change, you know, right now, according to the CDC guidelines, I see, you know, that we're solidly in the yellow, which allows for a return to face-to-face with social distancing to the greatest extent possible. As a district, we've been violating CDC guidelines all winter so far on sports, since the state has, you know, turned it in. But we've, as board, said, well, we don't care about CDC. We're going to follow the governor's guidelines. So I think that's a bit hypocritical on our part. But what's going to change between now and August? I mean, how are we returning these kids to school? I guess I'm just very concerned that we don't have any criteria set up. So what does change, or what has to change? We just keep kicking the can and moving the goalposts, in my opinion. Have we started thinking about what come August are going to be our criteria for a full 5-day get kids back in school?
Well, I would think our conversation has been in relation to August that's going to look much different than what we're.
But it's not. I mean, the numbers are not going to be any lower.
I'm not disputing that. Certainly they may be lower than what they are right now. Hopefully they'll be much lower. I mean, obviously we can't predict the future, but as we look at starting out the 2021-22 school year, our conversation has been to have a obviously full in-person 5-day model with an online option for parents who would prefer that option, and that would be kind of like an online campus. And obviously an in-person campus for the kids that want to be back full in person with, some dates where that, people could reselect, right? It might, obviously that'd be at the trimester break for the middle and high school. Maybe we'd do it on a quarterly or semester basis for the elementary school. So there would be options for parents to potentially reselect over the course of next school year. But that's our preliminary discussion. We certainly haven't gotten that far ahead yet. We're still looking to, close this school year successfully. And so, we have had preliminary conversations. I don't have a recommendation at all for you tonight, but the idea was to kind of have the discussion to give board members an opportunity to have that discussion amongst yourself and ask questions of our administration.
Okay. I mean, the way I see, and I appreciate Matt's slides and the numbers and the, children back in the 4-day, which I again don't see as full. I'm looking for 5-day, but for 4-day, the way I add those up, right now we're about 440, 450 kids, somewhere in there, which is 15, 20-ish% max of our student population. I guess I don't understand how we say if we're only getting 20% of our students back face-to-face, how we're possibly meeting a desire to get students face-to-face. I mean, to say, well, 50% of 60%, that's still 30%. Yeah. And middle school, 15 kids, high school, 0 kids so far. I mean, what percentage of our population getting back into schools is the administration's target?
Well, as it stands currently, right, we decided to respect the 6 feet social distancing component. And so that's what we're basing our decisions on. And that's what we're basing size, or I guess availability of seats in the classroom. So it would take a board decision to say, well, not that that's not important, but maybe we don't, we follow the CDC guidelines, which would say maximum extent possible, right? And so that would then again, if that was a decision the board decided to make, then that would make available additional slots, or potentially red and blue kids coming to school on all red and blue days. There would be no such thing as red and blue per se. Now that might cause a little angst and hiccups at the high school because we got trimesters. It might not work as smoothly and as easily there, but we were just starting to have, right now we're just planning for third trimester under the parameters that were established back in February. So, we don't want to get too far over our skis here. And, we're trying to follow through with what we said we were going to do, and that's bring back as many kids as we can to a full in-person model. And that's what you're seeing. The middle school and high school, like Matt shared, is working towards that, but it's still a little too early because they're just finishing up their master schedule, and it's going to take them a little bit of time to do that. But I know that's on our radar screen.
Yeah, I guess to all my board members, I will at some point shut up, but I think these are important, good discussions. I mean, I think that's a bit disingenuous, to say that, well, we're following 6 foot separation and social distancing because the board said so, and that's what we voted on. Well, the past few meetings, I feel that as a board, there's been more focus on, we don't want to go against the administration's recommendations. We don't want to make our own recommendations. We're all going to say, great, this is what the board, or this is what the administration is recommending. Kumbaya, let's go forward. So to say that we've had input on whether social distancing is valid or not, we really haven't. We haven't had work sessions like this where we've challenged each other. Okay, Mrs. Evans, do you feel we have to have 6 foot distancing or not? So to say as an administration, well, we made this decision, I just, I have issues with that because I don't feel as a board we did, but that's just my viewpoint. Has there been given any thought to, in this next week before our next board meeting, getting a survey out to parents? I mean, we've surveyed staff, we surveyed way back when, but let's ask parents the true question, with reduced social distancing, will you send your child back to school? Yes or no? And let's see what the parents say, and then carry that down. If that means X, what do you say? And because we're still doing the haves and haves not. There's 80%, depending on what you look at the numbers, of kids that will not be offered a face-to-face option. And maybe that number will get down to 75%, maybe that number will get down to 70%, but the majority of our students are not being offered a face-to-face option, just flat out. And we're prioritizing, well, we don't want to blow up the remote learners, we don't want to blow up the hybrid, so we're just not going to offer that. And I think, again, as a board, it's our job. 80% of our population is a big deal, and I think we have. I'm sure board members think I'm not flexible, and I have voted with consensus along the way. I have made those votes 7-0 to do it, but I see some of us that are not willing to change their vote, period. And I guess I will call, Liz, do you ever see a scenario where you would support face-to-face? And if not, what changes between now and August?
So happy to discuss this. There's several things that I go back. I'll address your question first, Ralph. Do I see a situation in the current status of our community, the current recommendations of the medical professionals and the CDC saying that masking, social distancing, and cleaning mitigations have to be met in order for children to return safely? We're on the plan for that to happen. We would have to say that we disagree with it. So at this point, we still have upwards of 100 staff members that have not been vaccinated, that from the original number, the 344 that possibly signed up for it and got it. And so you leave 100 people vulnerable. And so to say that their lives don't matter and let's crowd more children into the classroom. I'm not saying that I don't want our kids educated. I'm not saying that I don't want us to move forward. I'm thrilled that our community, that our culture, that our state has numbers that are going down. Thank goodness they're going down. Are they gone? Is it safe today? No. Restaurants still can only have 25%. We're lucky that we can even have those open. So to say, what am I looking for? I'm looking for guidance from the medical professionals that say that social distancing doesn't need to be there. Social distancing is a huge deal to me. So for me to agree to 4-day where we have more than approximately, to say clean number, a 30% population in a classroom at a time, I think the risk is too high. Kids are getting it. Our kids are coming to school positive and quarantining classrooms over it. It may not be spreading like a super spreader like they're saying, but our kids are getting it. And our parents are not necessarily being as honest in their morning little eval that they have to fill out for their student. They're not. Our kids are coming to school positive, and it's putting people at risk. So I guess while I have this moment, I'm going to touch on a couple of other things that I heard discussed that I would like to also discuss. So the setting the policy and the roles and responsibilities of the board versus the district. So this is a hard time, and while we have a lot of different whatever our sources are, whatever our data sources are, we're getting it differently. We have treated this differently. Our work lives look different. Our home lives look different. I've said this repeatedly. I've been working from home since March 13th of 2020. My children have been home with me every day since March 13th of 2020. I experienced 7th and 2nd grade every day of my life. We function. The teachers see me in the background because my 7th grader and I share a room. It is consistently happening. What I will say that I want to reiterate about roles and responsibilities is for us to have discussion is one thing, but the reality of what the tasks are with regard to the COVID-19 learning plan, that is a district plan. We do not write the plan. We can ask questions about it. We can have discussions about it. It is not our job. It is not our role, and we need to stay in our lane. That's the district's lane to write that plan. It is our job to oversee and make sure that that plan is done. That's the policy piece. It's the balcony view of the policy, of the task at hand. The task at hand is the district comes up with a plan as to how they're going to educate our children and keep everyone safe. So they come up with the plan and they present it to us. Our administration works hours tirelessly to meet the needs of all. Not the parents and the children that want to be back full face-to-face, not the parents and the children that want to be full online, but all children on that spectrum. And so this is a very difficult time when we as the board get this and think that we have the task of being able to rewrite these plans. That's not our task. That's not our job. That's not our lane. That's not our role. I'm not an educator. I'm an elected board member. And so when I think of policy, policy is us holding the district accountable for doing their job. And they are. They're writing the plan. They are hearing our words when board members say that they would like to make sure that as many children are in a classroom as either need it or want it when it's appropriate. And our district's doing that. They're following the policy that the board is doing. So I'm very big about making sure that we stay in our lane and that we make sure that we are not overstepping our bounds and we're not asking the district to do tasks that are ours. So really making sure that we stay in our lane. I get very concerned when we start talking about the CDC saying this social distancing piece. Nowhere is it saying that it should just be out the window. That is still consistent, and it says whenever feasible. So whenever feasible, that's a safety measure and a mitigation for spread. And the minute that we start putting those in and taking away some of those things, then we're at higher risk, and that's a concern. Especially the older kids who could get it. The thing is that we don't know enough about this. COVID is not gone. COVID is numbers are still climbing. Okemos basketball just got shut, boys basketball just got shut down because of like 6 positive cases on the team. It's real. It is happening. Is it happening as much? No, but it's real. And we still have to have a healthy respect for it from a viral epidemiological standpoint. We still have to have a healthy respect for it. I guess I don't, I don't, there was a talk that 80% are not receiving instruction. And I guess that was, I don't understand that data point, because our kids are engaged in school all day. I mean, unless they turn the camera off and walk away, but our kids receive live instruction all day. They have
I
a
didn't say
school day.
80% are not receiving instruction. I said 80% are not being offered a face-to-face option, a full-time face-to-face option.
Oh, so
80% of our
4 day.
students are not being offered a 4-day option.
Got it. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And that's accurate, because we're not offering a 4-day program unless there are extenuating circumstances and the district is meeting those needs. So those parents that feel that their children needs a higher level of interaction or more face-to-face, they can address that with their building folks and see if that is possibility. So I think it's difficult to have a conversation about what August looks like. Of course, I hope that we have everyone back in school in August, but I think the reality is that life is going to look different moving forward. And I've been saying that for the last year. We don't know what life looks like. I like hearing that our district will possibly be exploring an online platform, at least for next school year. I think that that's great. I think there's different learners in our community. I think we need to remember that this global pandemic is not over. It looks different here in our community right at this moment, but we also have spring break coming up. And do we trust that families are going to safe states? They're traveling through states that are safe and are making good choices. We can't control that. So the likelihood, the possibility of a huge spike in our community afterwards is concerning. The other thing to consider is the risk that putting more kids in a classroom together, what that does to the greater good of our Just Mason community, and the small business owners, and what that looks like to the greater good around us. It affects neighbors, it affects grandparents, it affects, Jefferson Street Square, where there's all elderly. If you got grandkids that need to be seen, or it affects the greater good. I'm not saying that I don't want kids educated. My kids want to be back in school just like everybody else's kids. It's difficult. It's an unprecedented time. It's an unprecedented decision. And it's one that has been pure hell to be burdened with, to be a part of this committee and to be a part of this board, that we have to make those decisions for our community. And it's very difficult when you hear very strongly from one group of parents that believe one way, but we don't hear from the 60%, 75% that aren't saying anything. So we don't know that they agree. We don't know that they disagree. We don't know any of that. We're hearing from the handful of parents that continue to be vocal. And thank goodness parents are being vocal. I appreciate parents' voice. But when you're tasked with meeting the needs of 3,500 students, it's daunting, and it's almost debilitating. It's awful. And so I don't know that I got anywhere with that, but I feel like those things needed to be discussed. And so back to the original point of where I started talking, Mr. Beebe, social distancing is still something that I would be unwilling to waive to bring more children back.
Okay, and I appreciate those viewpoints. I guess, again, nothing but respect. I understand where everybody's coming from, but so with saying that it's not our job as a board to write the plan, but to approve the plan written by the administration, if the administration was to present a plan for return to face without social distancing, would you go along with that? Or are you saying, no, I'm not going to go along? So I do want to write it. I guess I'm not sure, if we're going to follow an administration plan, does that mean you're going to follow an administration plan, or just I'm on the other side expected to follow the plan and be quiet and sit down?
I have no problem voting no if I'm not comfortable with the plan. And if if social distancing, if the district were to come to us with a plan where social distancing was not a piece today, I would not support a plan that did not include social distancing. It is a safety mitigation that has to be in place right now.
I've talked for a couple of minutes.
But your microphone's terrible. But try again.
My Darth Vader again?
You're Darth Vader.
Okay, I'll come back in a minute. Somebody else talk.
Okay.
Sure, I'll fill the silence here. So, you know, the funny thing with discussing the CDC stuff is that there's like 15 big ideas in the CDC guidelines, and one of them is social distancing. We talk about that one a lot because it's the easiest one, I think, to see. But if you look at the rest of it, sure, we're in yellow. I assume we're in yellow as of today. I haven't looked at the data as of 2 p.m. But we've been on the trend for it. It's been inevitable. And so you could relax social distancing. If you read the rest of the CDC guideline, though, it says, you really should be prioritizing schools over opening anything else in the community in order to maintain the lowest risk for developing community spread again. Sports should only be outside, or should only be, the stuff that can be done with a mask and, social distancing inside. We're not following any of that stuff either. So you roll it all into one ball, and we're just not in a very good spot on any of it. That said, though, I mean, we're very low in the community. The risk today is low, right? It's a matter of trying to figure out, do we feel that that's going to be consistent the rest of the year, or are we going to wind up in another spot where we're going to have to go back to full remote again? How much disruption are we going to throw through the process in order to add a couple more days for a handful of more families who want it, who aren't able to get it through the existing criteria? That to me is, that's the marginal difference that we're talking about here. This is, I think we tend to talk about this as, it's the whole district, right? It's where we're not offering the full time to everybody who wants it, when really it's a marginal difference in who would actually take advantage of it beyond what we're pursuing today. And that marginal difference is important. I'm sure it's important to those folks, and they'd really like it. But I think that's what we want to be balancing against, and not thinking about thousands of students at a time. It's a couple hundred. Still substantial, but it needs to be balanced, I think, more realistically from that standpoint. We've heard from the teachers on the idea of the Hvac, and what would go into supporting more in-person students, and that's major disruption. And what I haven't heard so far is a really good plan or idea on how we would solve that. From a policy standpoint, we can say we think, this is our goal, is to have as many kids in the classroom as possible. But if the teachers are telling me that, getting more in under this current plan is going to lower the net educational, effectiveness overall that we're offering, I'm going to trust, they're the experts in the educational side. I'm not going to tell them how to do their part of it. If they say, well, we can't really meet the policy you're setting, well, I'll trust them. I don't really have a better idea to offer there. So that's where I struggle on the idea of really pushing to a full-time schedule. It's not so much about the public health side. I mean, I have concerns there, though. I think I've said in the past, I don't have a strong feeling that I could continue to oppose entirely on public health. It's really the logistics, and then you start balancing all that together. It just seems like a lot of effort for a lot of disruption for something that I don't have a lot of confidence in. You mentioned, August. What could August look like? I mean, I think August is going to look a whole lot different. I think the worst case scenario is something that I don't really want to think about. It's a bridge we would cross if we came to it. But, a mediocre scenario would be, well, August looks a lot like it does today, or it looks a lot like it does even in, October, and at that point, well, offering a 4-day, I think, is a lot more feasible, because we can start the year with it. We can start with a plan and start with a rostering and make the summer, planning process fit us into that. And then I think that seems reasonable. And I think that offers something a whole lot better than what we're able to really do right now. No disruption, because you start with it right from the beginning. I think, though, that even the mediocre scenario is a bit pessimistic. We're seeing already dramatic drops in deaths among vaccinated communities. The vaccine is very effective. A lot more people are going to be vaccinated by the end of the summer. Not everybody, but the more you get out there, the lower the risk is for everyone else. The summer months, environmentally, we understand better how it works during the summer. So I think August is going to look really, really good. I have no concerns about that. I feel pretty comfortable saying, hey, if we stretch this out, we get through this year, next year we can get back to at the very least, full time for as many people who want it, if not everybody.
Just one quick question, Steve. When you said, it would make, or a marginal difference, I believe were your words, in the number of people that wanted to come back. What are you basing that on? Because I feel we don't have any idea how many people want to come back. And for us to just say, well, that's not that many, what are we basing that on?
Yeah, well, so I'm basing it on, say, if we're 50% of the hybrid students, I'm looking at the other 50% of those hybrid students as the difference there.
Well, but
I'm assuming that the remote.
Can't we look at it the other way and say, gee, look at the numbers so far in elementary, 99% of the people offered it have taken it. Doesn't that say there's a big request for it? I mean, I don't understand how we can
I think
the other way. Everybody we've said, hey, do you want to do this? Has said, heck yes, let me in.
I mean, not everybody has said that. I think it's 90+% though, whatever that number works out to be. But I don't know, you can assume that the rest would be 90+%. I mean, we're offering the students who need it the most. And I think they're the families most motivated to want it. So we're definitely hitting
Absolutely.
that first.
That's going to be some different number, but how can we assume just as validly, how can we assume it's not going to be?
Well, I mean, let's assume that it's 100%. Okay, so that's another 30% of the district. And so that's what I was referring to. That's the marginal
that's
difference,
another
right?
1,000 kids that are in school instead of at home. Absolutely.
Potentially, yeah.
That's a big deal.
I don't disagree.
But on the other side of that, you also have those families who weren't comfortable with full 4-day and signed up for hybrid. So if we ever went to a full 4-day during this third trimester, they would be required, because that has another level of comfort that a family would need to have. And so then you kind of marginalize them and put them back to online only if they don't want to go to full 4-day. So you kind of are giving some of the online kids from the rest of the school year, from the previous first and second trimester, they're not given the opportunity if there's not this transition piece of 2-day versus 4-day. So there's two sides to the coin, and it's difficult, but just meeting the need of full 4-day isn't necessarily meeting the need of the full 3,500 plus students. You're muted, Ralph.
I'm sorry, but we're not asking anybody in those rooms, gee, if we let 7 more kids in your room and you're hybrid, do you still want to stay? We're doing what's best for everybody, and we're making those decisions. The district's making yeoman's work of making those decisions, but some of these arguments don't hold weight with what we're already doing.
But you would need to ask those families that signed up for hybrid where they would like to re-roster, because if they went into this thinking that they've committed to 3 days at home, 2 days at school, that's a whole different world than going 4 days to school. And so you would need to ask them that, if they would like to then pull back to online, or are they comfortable with 4-day? And then what does that do to scheduling? What does that do to everything else in all of our buildings?
It's certainly a challenge, but I feel we have an awesome administration
that are burnt out. They've been through hell this year.
Absolutely. As have everybody else, has had 3,000 kids.
Am I still a robot?
No, you're good now.
Different computer. Okay, a lot of the points have already been covered in some way, shape, or form from somebody, so I'm not even going to permanently unmute. I'm just holding the space bar. I think me I'm a robot again.
You're cutting in and out a little.
Yes, I'm good.
Yep, you're good now.
Can you turn your video off, Christopher? Maybe get better voice because you're hesitating.
Okay, how about that?
Maybe a little better.
Back to the other one.
How
How about
I
I switch back?
Nope.
Messed up on this one too.
Messed up on this one too?
Is the audio still bad?
Is the audio still bad?
Yes.
Okay.
You could phone in.
Somebody else talk.
I'll call in.
I'll call in.
All right, last chance before I call in. Is the audio any better?
It's now.
Okay. And the bonus is you don't have to look at me, so I'll talk quickly. I think we've heard, at least throughout this year, that teachers, administration, and our superintendent believe that face-to-face education is by far the best for most of our kids if it can be done. I think we've heard all of those groups say that they believe that that's the best mode of education for the majority of our kids. For teachers, the main concern I think has pretty typically been concern for safety for them, for the students, for the community, and social distancing. For the administration, I think the concern has been logistics and safety of staff, students, and community. So some of the same stuff, mostly centered around social distancing. And then our superintendent, I think, has said many times he agrees full face-to-face is the goal. That's what we want to get back to. But gosh, social distancing is clearly a big deal for everybody. Logistics are tough, and my staff is pushing me to hold off and do the best we can and not go back full face-to-face because of all these challenges. I think that's basically what I've heard the last few meetings, is that everyone agrees it would be best for the education of our kids, but we just can't figure out how to do it. So I'm not saying that that's fact. I'm saying that's what I think I hear and I've consistently heard. A month or two ago, we heard statistics for the first part of the year on failure rates for our kids at the middle school and high school level. And middle school is roughly 3 times the failure rate of the previous year. High school, more than double. The percent of kids have failed 1 or more classes. So we know that that more kids are struggling under this model. We don't have a way to gauge mental health of our community, but studies are saying roughly 40% of our community, kids, adults, everybody, are experiencing some sort of depression due to the pandemic. And a lot of that is due to isolation and being at home. So we know that there's a mental health component of this too. I think we also agree that we're either at the yellow threshold or about to get into the yellow threshold, which is the new CDC moderate spread guideline. I think the number I saw was 42, but it goes up to 49. So we're just barely into the yellow. The CDC recommendation for being in the yellow is to offer full face-to-face instruction. And 62% of the schools, the public schools and public school academies, or private school academies in the state, are now offering that option, and we're not. We don't have any evidence that vaccinated folks can take the virus home to their families. We don't have any evidence that our kids are in more danger by being in the classroom than they are being home. At this point, and really throughout the year, but at this point, I think with the change in quarantine that we've been given by the CDC and by the health department, that drastically improves our position on staffing and the ability to keep teachers and other folks in the building. I just can't, I don't know how, I don't know what else we would have to do to start considering allowing the rest of our interested students to get back as soon as we can. The CDC says we should try to keep that social distance as much as we can if we're in that blue category or yellow category, which we're now in. But their recommendation is full face-to-face instruction. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That is the CDC recommendation for communities in the blue or yellow category. Sports, they're iffy on. You guys are right. They don't necessarily recommend you do indoor sports. We're doing that anyway. But that is not their recommendation. They'll allow it, but that's not their recommendation. But full face-to-face is the CDC recommendation. So, you know, I'm still where I have been, except for maybe a little more emphatic that we need to keep exploring, keep pushing, and try to find a way to allow every student that would like to come back 4 or 5 days a week the opportunity to do it. And I know that my connection's not great, so I'll shut up for a bit and just answer questions, I think, if anyone has any. I do think one opportunity to potentially reduce the mixing of kids at the middle school and high school level would be to consider the block scheduling. I know we have a schedule already, but this wouldn't totally disrupt that if we just did like Mondays and Thursdays, you do first, second, third hour, but do them twice as long. And then Tuesdays and Fridays, you do fourth, fifth, and sixth hour, or the equivalent of that. So you only change classes twice, you know, 3 different classes a day instead of 6. That reduces the mixing, at least on those days. And you can also consider lunches outside and add in lunch periods so that you don't have as many kids in the lunch at the same time, and extending that pass time to give kids more time to get from class to class and teachers more time to clean up. So that's kind of where I am. And sorry I talked so long, and sorry I have bad internet right here in town in Mason.
Well, I heard you loud and clear there. I just quick question for you, Christopher. I mean, your suggestion on high school is an interesting one, and I mean, certainly I would defer to those buildings to say whether or not that's feasible. But it's interesting. I'm wondering if you have a suggestion though for what we heard from Ms. McVaugh in her classroom, and the challenges that would come from adding more in-person learners in kindergarten.
Well, I think we should first clarify that there wasn't a board recommendation or decision to make that change. That it sounds like the administration is considering making a change, and you know, this is the first that I'm hearing about that potential change at Harvey. So this wasn't a board thing. I appreciate Amy bringing it to our attention, and I'm sure Angie and Ron and the whole staff are going to do everything they can to minimize the impact on teachers and students to the extent possible. But I think if you ask Joe Parent, who's passionate about getting their kid back to school, are you still passionate if they have to change teachers? I bet more would say yes than no, but I don't know that because we don't survey. And that kind of goes back to Ralph's point of, you know, we either don't ask and we assume we know what they want, or we ask a long time ago and never ask again. And don't necessarily follow what the majority of folks told us, you know, back last summer. So, you know, we don't know if Mrs. McVaugh's class and the other classes will ultimately move to a high flex. I absolutely can appreciate how difficult it is at all grade levels. I think our teachers are doing an amazing job, and I'm around middle school and elementary school every day that I'm home, which is 2 or 3 days a week. And those teachers are working their butts off, and they're doing a fantastic job. And so it is possible. It's got to be even harder at kindergarten level. But I don't know that that's a done deal. It sounded like that's a proposal that they're trying to figure out. It wasn't a board idea. But if there's a way to add more in-person kids that want to be there in person, I think every opportunity should be explored.
Yeah, I guess from the standpoint of it not being a board idea, I think this gets into the whole, you know, policy versus practice type of a thing. I mean, if it's our policy that we want as many kids in as possible in there, I think that's an option they have to explore, right? You know, it's classroom space that you can fit kids in. So if we advocate for that, I don't think we should be surprised if that's being looked at.
No, and I also heard that we're hiring more teachers to try to bring kids back in too. So we're not just trying to make our teachers work harder. We're trying to add staff wherever we can to utilize that space to get as many kids back too, which sounds great.
Mhm.
You know, I appreciate those comments from everybody. There is a contradiction that I think is becoming more of an issue now. You know, Ron mentioned that this plan, what they've been working on since our last meeting in February, is in response to, you know, our direction. So I think it's pretty clear this is our plan. We own it. This isn't something that the administration or the district just decided to do on their own and then come to us for an approval. This is in direct response to our input and our continual review of the plan. So we can't disassociate ourselves from it from that point of view. And I will, you know, confirm too, I think from my point of view, I really don't think that we've had the in-depth discussion, which I'm hearing tonight. But the contradiction I think that's becoming more of an issue here is, you know, if it's our intent to sort of, you know, actually, is it our intent to maximize social distancing, or is it our intent or our policy to put more kids in the classroom? Because I'm not real clear, and our plan really doesn't go either direction. It's sort of, in some cases it's doing that, in other cases it's not. We are not maintaining the 6-foot social distancing in our elementary schools. Not, I mean, that doesn't appear to be a priority with the plan that we're implementing at the moment. The concept of dedicating teachers solely to online classes, that approach seems inconsistent with simultaneous or synchronous learning efforts, because on one hand, we're trying to, you know, with online learning, when you dedicate teachers and space and resources to that, it increases the number of students that are left over for the in-person teaching. So you're going to have more students in the class. On the other hand, you know, it might make more sense if we look at this from a point of view of how we're applying our resources. If we feel that dedicating teaching resources just to the online students, for example, to get the maximum amount of instructional quality, we ought to also be looking at minimizing the number of teachers that are tasked with performing simultaneous instruction rather than doing both. So I think that might be something that we could think a little bit more about. And I can't imagine, you know, our staff, you know, not supporting that approach simply because we're allowing them to do the things that they do best, and that's teach in the classroom. Okay, if we can minimize the number of teachers that are having to high flex or to provide a maximum amount of synchronous learning, when the return on synchronous learning is somewhat questionable, particularly when you look at how other districts are doing this. You know, there's a reason why synchronous learning efforts aren't, you know, that prevalent when it comes to distance learning. So I guess I would like to see something that sooner than later that would allow us to maximize the quality and dedication to families that choose to stay online that aren't ready to come back, and then minimizes the tasks that we're giving to the teachers who have in-person students, minimizing that simultaneous instruction. I don't think that would modify our instructional delivery plan too much. Frankly, we'd still have the tools available when we need them or if we need them, but we wouldn't be requiring as many teachers to perform the simultaneous instruction, which I think that's the challenge, I think, that Chris mentioned earlier. The challenge isn't from, it's not, the challenge isn't to bring the kids back to school. The challenge is to bring them back to school while we're clinging to our original instructional delivery plan in all aspects of it. We have to maintain balance. We have to make sure that everything is equitable in terms of the kids in school and who aren't in school. You know, those are the challenges. And I think we can let go of some of that. I think with block scheduling, I think that's critical. And I quite frankly, I thought that that's something that we had made clear in our last meeting, was that, you know, we were going to have a special meeting. We were going to be revisiting this. Okay. That was, you know, I have notes that, you know, I was excited about the opportunity to come back and talk about the possibility of you know, possibly a 5-day return to full-time instruction, particularly when, you know, a third or 40% of our families would still have the option of staying at home. So, you know, I don't want to wait too long. I want to at least be very clear that in a week, you know, our plan has to be flexible enough to move to full time. And in my mind, you know, as I said 3 weeks ago, the best time for that is going to be before the trimester starts, particularly for the middle school and the high school.
So Michael, can I ask you a couple of questions though?
Yeah, just one more point. You know, we are not requiring our teachers to be vaccinated, okay, and we shouldn't. And I see a little bit of hypocrisy there. If we're not, you know, offering our families the option to come back full time, and yet we're allowing teachers to teach without being vaccinated, shouldn't we be giving the community that same sort of an option? That doesn't seem consistent to me either. And I'd like that to be part of the decision making here. But those are some of my thoughts at this point.
So I just have a question with regards to your thoughts on teaching and having designated teachers without having to be able to do the high flex. And I've watched the struggles that the teachers, I mean, I can't imagine, right? Like that changes everything you know about teaching and how to deliver it. But how would you go about doing that without, at this point, now exactly 2 weeks before the start of the third trimester, without re-rostering every grade, every class? How would you plan? What's your thought process, how that could happen?
I mean, I guess, remember, the re-rostering challenge is a consequence of our plan. It's not a consequence of bringing kids back. Okay, I think in my mind, that's the way I look at it. And it would only require the re-rostering of, I mean, we're already rescheduling middle school and high school students, so there's no re-rostering there. We're talking about the elementary school kids.
So how would
our plan is, I like the direction we're headed potentially with the elementary school. Maybe we don't deviate too much from that. If that is really the concern of the families and the district and the school board, let's keep the K-5 plan in place. You know, we've already gotten half the hybrid people. It's about a third and a third and a third. In most cases, you know, half the ones that are going hybrid are actually choosing to come back 4 days. You know, I would still think that we need some more discussion about the high flex plan. But
what do you mean high flex plan? That's what the teachers are teaching. That's how they do it.
Okay, well, then not, well, I'm talking about kindergarten, I guess, but there are still some things that can be discussed there, but maybe let's keep our K-5 aspect of the plan in place, but consider a full-time option for our middle school and our high schoolers. That's another, you know, we haven't talked about breaking this down into grades.
But the middle school, high schoolers would be the ones that are more at risk of spread.
But it says who? I mean, where there's no evidence to suggest that that is of a particular risk relative to academic performance, mental health. So this is what we're talking about, bringing kids back to school. Okay, so then maybe that's something we should have thought about before. I'm just putting options out there. I'd love to see all of our kids K-13 or pre-K-12, I should say, with the opportunity to choose to come back 4 or 5 days a week. But if we wait another week, this is going to it's going to be more difficult. So I would love to see efforts to block schedule. I would love to see, I would like to see those numbers modified so that we can get a better sense. And I think a survey is something that we really need to consider at this point too. If we were to go back full time, as you mentioned, how do those hybrid families feel right now? Would it stay the same, or would more choose to stay home? And then the criteria for inviting kids back in, instead of the 3A and the IEP and the truancy and other criteria, we could just say, look, if somebody's breathing and they want to come back full time, then or they want to do hybrid, I should say, maybe show up just 2 days a week. Let's try to accommodate that instead of saying, we're only going to let certain students back in. Let them all in, and then if some don't want to be there, they can stay home. And if some want to be there part-time, they can be there part-time.
I do think we're
the ones that are making this difficult.
We should recognize the hard work that our elementary principals have done so far. They have done a great job of trying to add as many kids back to that 4-day model as possible. I think that's great. I don't know how many more kids are hybrid that would love to get that phone call. We just don't know that. But you can tell that they've been working hard because it's near 100 kids in each one of those buildings, approximately plus or minus. So kudos to the principals and staff for making that happen. The teachers redoing their classrooms again and again to fit one more desk in, one more desk. They're doing a great job. I just don't know how many more parents would love to get that phone call to get their kids in there too. And so that's the population I want to try to get to at the elementary. And I know it's a bigger challenge at middle school and high school. So I don't know, without us continuing to special meet, how else to get the option to the rest of our parents. And I know we don't intend to make motions and do anything tonight, but just discuss. It sounds like maybe that'll be next week. But I do think we owe our parents and students to give our best shot at giving them all that opportunity if we can still this year, because we'll still have COVID-19 in the fall. We don't know if we'll be in the blue zone or the yellow zone, but we're going to be dealing with it, and we'll never be able to get 6 feet of distance between our kids at all grades. So the challenge is going to be there, whether it's next week, next month, or next school year. We got to be able to find a way to get our kids back.
I guess just along those lines, one quick question for Ron. I mean, we passed, or the board passed this plan, and we said, okay, we're going to try to get as many students in. I think when you met with your leadership team that next morning, you probably had some idea, or you were spitballing, hey, this means maybe 100 kids, or just looking at a building, 10 here, where it's 70, 80, 100 per building. I guess we're being asked to go along with this plan with right now, a month into it, sitting here, we have 15 kids in the middle school and 0 in the high school. I mean, what on the whiteboard, are we thinking 50 kids? Are we thinking 500 kids? What's the number the administration's willing to put out there that, because I don't know how we decide whether this is a good enough plan if we don't have any idea of the target.
Well, I think with, as we look at, the spreadsheet of class sizes at the elementary school, you can kind of see how we've added kids back where space, was available. And so I'm pleased, like was mentioned already, the work of our administrative team and our teachers to identify those kids and welcome them back and make room for them. So I'm very pleased that, we're in some buildings we're up to 50%, and I know one or two others are still, doing more work on it. So, that's 50% of 60%, right? So it's a number. It matters. Can we maximize that more and more? Potentially, right? I can't say we'll get that much more blood out of the rock in relation to our elementary grades, but we're going to continue to have the conversation. Now, middle school and high school, we're still in the second trimester. And, when you start moving kids around in the middle of a trimester, that makes it a very complex process, just for obvious reasons. Now, as we look at third trimester, what's the schedule set? And once we get the kids in the classrooms and build the master schedule, they're going to be able to say, oh, okay, look at this class has 10 students in it. We can add more in that class, right? Because they're 10 one day, 10 the next day, or whatever the case may be, right? We've got to get the numbers, and I know that we're not there yet. Matter of fact, when we talked about the middle school, we were like, why would we even, it's ongoing. It's way too early. I mean, the 14 is a minuscule number. And I know that in conversations with both principals that they're going to be able to do a lot more than that. But, maybe next week we'll have more solid numbers on what that will, what it'll look like. Because now
there's a lot more 20 or is a lot more 500. I mean, we're being asked to continue with the plan with absolutely no goal published, no goal even that can be articulated, and we're being asked to say, okay, people, you're not going to get a choice to come back, but we think we can get 50, 100, 200, I don't know how I can make that decision without knowing, what possibly is a target, what possibly is a goal.
Ron, do you think numbers will mirror elementary or no? Any idea? You're muted.
I think I unmuted when I was muted. I think we'll be close.
So that would be
cases.
What, maybe 300 students if the numbers line up about the same as elementary?
Well, Matt, I don't know. Did you have much conversation with the secondary administrators on this topic? Or I know that Lance and Ted are on the call. If we can bring them in, I hate to throw out a number and be so off target because I'm not in the weeds like they are, building those master schedules. But it was my initial vetting to say, yeah, they would be close to the elementary percentages because the numbers are the numbers. As a matter of fact, when you look at the high school and middle school, 40% of the families have selected distance, all remote. So there's 60%, that's a smaller percentage of kids that have selected in person. If you look at the elementary schools, it's more of a 33, 68, 67 breakdown. So there's less kids that want to come back in person at the middle school and high school. So what that does is that potentially just mathematically provides more space, more seats available for kids to come back, full in person. So, that's how I'm kind of computing that number. And also too, I know the middle school, we've talked about using our learning labs. So for example, if a kid has a 6-period day and 4 of the periods, there's plenty of room in those 2 classes, but maybe the other 2 classes that the numbers are not so much, then maybe they go to the learning lab for their 5th period. Or maybe if it's the first period or the last period of the day, they would go home at that point. So we would do everything we could to accommodate as many kids full, 4 days full in person as much as possible. So there's a lot of moving parts, and until you get into the actual, because it's not like elementary schools where they just go to one class. Now, granted, they have specials and there's other things and so on and so forth. But with the middle school and in high school, you got 5 class periods, you know? So it's a little bit more complex. It's not quite such an easy, you know, cutting of the pie. Matt, anything to add to that? I mean, I am, you know, reasonably comfortable saying we're going to be fairly close.
No, I don't really have anything more to add. I mean, we did look at like the average number of students within a classroom at the elementary in terms of, you know, maintaining that 6-foot distance, and it really varies by classroom because, you know, some of the classrooms are larger, some are smaller. Some have different furniture setups, you know, that take up more room in the classroom and so forth. And so, but that average is to maintain that social distance at the elementary is about 12 to 13 students. So I mean, you could extrapolate that to the middle school and high school to try to get a number.
But again, the target of that was to maintain social distancing.
Correct. Correct.
So what would it take? Let's start with this to get a better sense, because I'm not following, I'm not understanding fully the challenges here. If we scheduled students just as we would schedule in any other school year, okay, with the understanding that our instructional delivery plan values very highly synchronous learning, okay, knowing that all our teachers would be tasked with delivering simultaneous instruction, okay, what would be those challenges wouldn't be there as far as that goes, because we could schedule them as we would normally, and then just divvy up the online students, right? So the crux here, I assume, is that we're making an effort. I believe you've told me this was the case in the past, that we're dedicating some of our teachers and some of our classrooms, I guess, just to online instruction. I mean, is that what's causing the problem ultimately? That we're trying to accommodate online students with just an instructor for them, and then everybody else that's hybrid, we're trying to balance them out between the remaining instructors.
That's not true. In the middle school, for example, 72% of all class sections are Hvac. 72%.
Okay, that means the reds at home, the blues in school.
Correct.
Or the blues at home and the reds in school.
And they're teaching both, right? They're teaching both online and in-person students simultaneously.
Okay, and then what about the online kids that are just doing online? Every day, what are they doing?
Well, an online student, there'll be some classes that are just all online. There's 12% that are just 20 sections are remote. So an online student might have one class that's just all remote kids, because we were able to potentially group them. It made sense to group them from a scheduling standpoint that way. But then their other 5 classes would be Hvac, would they be in the classroom, but there'd be kids in that room, at the same time.
So one day they'd be with the red, and other days they'd be with the blue online.
Correct.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think the high school's breakdown is, high school breakdown is not quite as high. With Hvac, you're about 60%, 96 sections, 58.2%. So a little bit different numbers there, but you've got kind of more specialty classes there as well, right? You've got just more elective specialty type classes at the high school, and that might be the reason as to why there's a little bit more of a challenge. And hey, look who popped on, Mr. Berryhill. Can you help me out here?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Thanks, Mr. Javitsky, for a moment to talk here. To Mr. Beebe's point, our work has just begun, Mr. Beebe. In particular, 6th grade, you can imagine being generally self-contained or rotational classrooms. We already have our established blue and red teams and remote learners at those levels. And so at last week's staff meeting, we began the process of having teachers identify students along with my student services personnel. We've used data points that were highlighted in Mr. Stewart's presentation to identify. And Mr. Stewart, we went quickly through my slide, but my team made an infographic that's at your disposal. If you click on that infographic in your slideshow, it'll give you a PDF version of that. As of the time that we gave it to Mr. Stewart, we were at 15. I can tell you in the past 2 days, we've added approximately 7 students. So it continues every day. When we flip the switch on the 6th grade, you're going to notice numbers at the middle school go up rapidly. Mr. Javitsky just highlighted some complexities, things that I've discussed with him as far as 7th and 8th grade schedules. We have sections that vary between 12 and 15. If we're going to maintain social distancing, there are other classrooms that are larger than that. So it's not a straightforward answer. I wish I could give you a perfectly straightforward answer, but I would want you to understand, that we took the marching orders of get as many students back very seriously, and we're in that process. On that infographic, you'll see 103 students have been identified as quote unquote candidates for prioritized scheduling, which would mean 4 days a week at the middle school. And for me, that's my goal. That would encompass all of our students with IEPs or that were in learning labs previously. If we are able to schedule that number of students, that's my goal. I'm gonna do everything in my capacity to make that happen. Then I have more spaces in my learning lab. We've had the talks of opening a second learning lab at the middle school, which we think is totally doable if I can find the staff to do it, and I think I can. That would open up another possibility of more students being at school. Learning lab environment is different than being in the classroom, but it certainly provides relief for families when they have situations with working parents. And I think we should try and accommodate that if we can. So for now at the middle school, you were looking for a number from me. Our target number is to get that 103 students that have been identified with IEPs or previously have been identified for having the difficulties with internet, et cetera, that Mr. Stewart highlighted. We're looking at truancy numbers, failure data to identify those 103 to invite back. We will have, as Mrs. Evans pointed out earlier, we will have some of those families deny the request. In other words, we'll reach out to them and they will say, thanks, but no thanks, we've made our selection. That information is also provided to you on that infographic. We have offered spaces in our learning labs from the moment they opened, and not all families are willing to take the spaces physically at school. So I would like to point that out as well. So our initial volley at the middle school, I would invite all of you to look at that infographic that my team created, and just know that the 15 students is the very beginning of this process for the middle school. Our master schedule was just finished the end of last week. And so we're busy, populating that master schedule now, balancing out class loads. And then every classroom is between 12 and 15 with some variations as we are still following the guidelines to have social distancing in place.
Okay, and I guess just because I don't have it right here in front of me, and I hate to throw out a number that's off. What is the total enrollment of the middle school?
734, sir.
Okay, so we're looking at 100 out of 700.
That would be on top of students that are coming blue and red and receiving Hvac instruction. I would offer to you or anyone else, Hvac instruction is instruction every single day of the week. Okay.
I agree, and I'm not challenging. I'm just trying to get information.
And just to be clear, Mr. Beebe, I'm not being defensive either. I just want to make sure the point I make about Hvac, and because my section numbers of Hvac are so high, I want to point out that Hvac means that a student interacts with their teacher every single hour of every single day, sometimes from home, true, but the days they're assigned to come to school in person. The difference being between that model and the traditional hybrid is that they would be doing asynchronous online Google Classroom type work where they'd have access through email and other ways to get a hold of their teacher, but that they would, on their off days, so to speak, their non-in-person days, they're not getting the live instruction. That was the big push for Hvac, and that's why so many of our instructors at the middle school have opted to do it. However, not everyone or not every course is conducive to that. And so we have courses like Mr. Bullock's courses, which are, you can't weld really well remotely. And so advanced welding has to be an all in-person section. And so we have these variations of all those things, and we're trying to give students the elective courses that they want, and along with giving them the core sections that we need to provide. So it's a complex situation. We're working at it, and I expect our numbers will go significantly up between now and the 8th. Although, you know, that's not a ton of school days for us to be working together on that, but before the start of third trimester, you'll see it continue to go up. And on Mr. Javitsky's timeline, we will continue to offer the purple type schedule 4 days a week throughout the month of March. And as much as it'll allow, a family might opt out. They say, we thought this was for us, we decided not to. We'll go to the next person that we've identified on our list. So we'll continue to work on this process throughout March.
Great, and that's awesome. I guess another thing I noticed, you know, to say that, well, gee, we've had certain amount of parents not choose a learning lab when we offered it to them. So we expect, you know, those number of people to not choose face-to-face. I think that's kind of apples to oranges. Yeah, being offered a learning lab is not being offered, hey, your kid can come back to school full-time. You know, I think that's different. And I think we have to be very careful extrapolating and making statements like, well, most people, because again, we don't know. We haven't asked these people what they feel. We're just all guessing.
Yeah, no, I actually agree with you that they're not anywhere close to the same thing. Well, my point about that is that some people will say no to their preference. I mean, they'll opt to have their kid stay remote.
Hey, Ted, just so I'm clear on the numbers, you said 734 total head count at the middle school. Right now, we've got basically 60% that have asked to come back and 40% that have asked not to come back. So really, what's that?
That's correct. Mr. Stewart.
So we've got basically, my numbers, 440 students who have asked to be back in the school. And out of those 440, you're looking at 103. So about a quarter of them to get them 4 days.
Yes, sir. That's our goal.
So our goal is only a quarter of who's asked.
Well, for now, I would say for now, and then we have to look at what I'm doing the best I can to answer a very complex question, Mr. Beebe. So I'll just say that for now, that's our first goal. If you look at some of the sections that we're running, they're at 15. So as Mr. Javitsky pointed out, at certain sections, if 15 is already desk against the walls, and we're using a back office space for one other student to learn in some of our smaller classrooms. I point out Mr. Lader and Mrs. Lewis's classroom in particular are very small. They're in the older part of the building, and they have a side office, which is difficult to work with. So those are the classrooms that are pretty tight already at 13, 14 kids. So if I have a section that's 14, in an English or a math class in those particular sections, then I can only add one back there physically and still meet the social distancing requirements. That's where I would bring in the learning lab area and see if I could add them to another section and change their schedule. Maybe it works for 5 hours of the day and it's just that one that's a hang up. I will work to get that kid into school because it's going to work for the majority of their schedule. And then 1 hour of the day, they might be in learning lab. Or they might opt to, if it's sixth period, they may opt to just go home and join the remote section. So we're going to work and continue to work at the middle school to get as many students safely back in the building as possible. And that's ultimately our goal.
Well, Mr. Delbridge has also joined, so welcome, Mr. Delbridge.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I don't have a whole lot more to add. From what Ted said, it's complex and it's very, very challenging. Everybody's working hard, and it feels like every time you make a decision, you're questioned on your ethics or why that won't work. And we're definitely not trying to preclude people from coming to school, but I don't have a definitive number right now. I don't have 103 kids we've targeted. We just finished our schedule up as well. And our first number today, I think, was 46 kids were on our initial list. Now, that doesn't mean we've gone through all the levels that were on the presentation, but our initial first target was 46 kids. And tomorrow, special ed teachers, myself, counselors will begin starting to make those phone calls to find out who's interested. We also can't do a lot of the work until we finish actually scheduling all 940, however many kids we have right now. And that process is we're hoping to be done with that by Wednesday. And then Thursday and Friday, the administrative team is going to then cohort everybody into red and blue cohorts. And so there's just a lot of complex issues to it. And then once we get those numbers, we can begin to look and see how many available seats do I have in each particular class to assist kids in getting back to the building. But to give you a flat number of we're going to get 40% of our kids back, I'm not able to do that at this time.
It seems to me that this is critical that we make a decision tonight. As far as what I'm hearing, and I'll be generous. Okay, this plan could never accommodate, with the social distance requirement, we could really never accommodate more than 25% of our kids back in the classroom full time, accounting for 40% roughly that are going to choose to stay home, which is fine. And, we've become pretty good at delivering online instruction. So for me, I'm looking at this and, whether it's 100 or 150, we're going to be maxed out pretty quickly as far as who we're going to bring back, be able to accommodate. So I guess my question, Ron, is, am I correct in assuming here that this plan, I think I am, that this plan really would not accommodate making a full-time option available for, let's say, 4 days a week? We would expect too many families to choose that option.
I would say that any plan, any schedule we put together, if the goal is to social distance, we're going to be in the same boat.
Well,
let's
assume then that we'll go to 4 feet or to 3 feet or something less.
Well, then you've got more capacity. And then the other argument is, right, when you look at a block schedule, right, where kids come 3 hours a day, and that's models that are happening across the state, and those school districts are claiming they're back full in person. I would argue that our plan, even though kids are coming back 2 days, actually gives them more face-to-face time per minute, per hour. And the other days that they're not in person, they're getting another full day of direct instruction, just not necessarily being in person. So I think it comes down to the social distancing component, because if I were to say to the and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, hey, build the schedule. I mean, there are only so many teachers, unless I somehow created, gave Lance 10 extra teachers to do remote, or we took all the remote kids and put them in Ingenuity or some other kind of online program and got them out of the teachers' web. We haven't wanted to do that either. We want Mason teachers. We want Mason kids to get instruction from Mason teachers. We said that from day one. And looking at some of the online programs out there that I know that I've come across in just casual conversations, that isn't necessarily something I would be crazy about implementing here. But if I were to tell them,
why would we need to do that? Excuse me, but you're making an assumption then that our online selections would increase.
No.
We got 40%. I mean, how are we doing it now? Just because you're mixing some of them in with the hybrid?
No, the only way we could accommodate more kids in person is if we added a heck of a lot more staff, or we eliminated the social distancing where we're at, right? We went to 3 feet, or we just said, we're going to do it to the maximum extent possible. Right. And then, of course, you can't cohort like you can at the elementary schools, the middle school, high school. So, that's the challenge there. So I don't think that, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I hope I'm answering your question, Michael.
Well, I just before we move forward with that, you mentioned block scheduling requires half days. I don't believe that it does. I think what Chris mentioned earlier, and it's a model that I've seen, I can't say specifically where, but you basically just you don't do all the subjects every day. You're still there every day, all day. You're just not doing as many schedules, so you're minimizing transition times, for example. I mean, you indicated that it would be 3 hours a day.
But that's got a whole nother level of challenges, right? Because if you have kids in block schedules and you got them for an hour and 20 minutes, right? That's one instructional model. Now, if you have them for 2 hours and 40 minutes in one day, and you're not going to see them until Thursday, that's another whole, different delivery model. And so, I mean, there's more to it than that. I mean, am I missing something here?
Or the option of keeping as many students together throughout the day as possible. Where some kids might, move to the next class together. It might be more common with freshmen, for example. But I don't want to dig too deep into that. I guess my question ultimately was, our plan as it currently stands, with a 6-foot social distancing, goal, is really not going to accommodate a whole lot of students. Basically, fundamentally, we have to change and accept a change to our policy or our intention of social distancing. That's one. And what other aspects of our approach would need to change if we desired to bring our kids back 4 or 5 days a week, every day? About 60% of the kids, I assume. You mentioned more teachers, but that would be dependent on our social distancing.
Again, it's the social distancing. So if you eliminated the 6-foot social distancing, then you would just have normal school for the kids that want to come back, hybrid, and they would just come 4 days a week. And instead of 10 kids or 15 kids and 15 kids, you'd have 30 kids in that class each and every day. Now 30.
And that's assuming that we're tasking our teachers with simultaneous instruction, because they wouldn't have to accommodate online kids and kids in their classroom.
Well, if that were the case, then we would have to reschedule all of our online students with online teachers. And that creates another web of difficulty, because you only have so many online teachers offering so many online courses. I mean, Lance, I noticed you.
Well, and every kid's different. So every freshman, it has a different plan. Every sophomore, every junior, every senior, they have a different plan. And they have career center, and they have college hours, and they have, a plethora of different things. And kids who failed classes need to repeat, but the other 24 kids in the freshman hour didn't need to repeat. And so it's so complex. If my teachers right now weren't stepping up and high flexing, our remote options would be so minuscule that it would be impossible to even offer remote.
They would be impossible to offer synchronous remote. Synchronous remote would be difficult.
Right, but I'm pretty confident that the asynchronous model of remote learning is what none of us wanted, which would pretty much be us farming out our programs to E2020 or some other program.
Yeah, I mean, I think as a board, we made that real clear on day one that we wanted nothing to do with asynchronous. And quite honestly, you look across the vast majority of the districts that say they're back full time, it's because they are loaded with asynchronous learning. I mean, that's how they do it. A lot of them are half days, and the second half day is asynchronous. So some of them are every other day, and the other day is asynchronous. And, I mean, face it, asynchronous means you're getting nothing. It's useless.
Well, I've looked at this as well, and I don't think it's fair to say that other school districts aren't doing anything. They don't send their teachers home, when they don't have kids in school. they're still interacting with their students, whether they call it synchronous or asynchronous, or they're taking that time to develop their learning materials, whether it be videos or something else. So there's still productive things happening in an asynchronous environment.
Don't be
But
fooled,
again, I don't want to necessarily go there, but I'm trying to figure out what our parameters here. I mean, every question I ask, the response is that it's not possible, or that it would be too difficult, or that we'd have to do something, we don't have time to do it. So I mean, I thought that as we were moving through this process as a board, I thought it was pretty clear that we were going to be taking the opportunity to revisit this. And now we're at a point now where it doesn't appear that a whole lot of thought or effort has been put into, how we would transition into a full-time model.
Michael,
And
I
I'm a
disagree
little
with that
bit
fully
concerned
because
about
we
that.
voted in early February to maintain the hybrid for the rest of the year as the status quo. That, yeah, if something dramatic changed and we had a really great idea and we wanted to open it back up, then yes. But I totally disagree with this idea that we should be challenging administration with making 3 plans at a time. 1 plan at a time is very complicated right now. We add a second one, hey, keep this plan B in your back pocket. It just bifurcates their time further and lowers the quality of both plans. That's why I was in favor of pushing for the rest of the year, because we need to get people focused on doing the best they can on a plan and not continuing to chase their tails on multiple plans in multiple directions from us.
And to
Well,
think that
look,
our administration
I don't
hasn't
wanna-
really had
I
the
don't wanna
conversations
make this
about
look-
these plans.
Yeah, but let's go back. Look, we also had meetings in December that said we were going to be back full time on January 25th.
And then the
Okay.
high schools shut down. The governor shut down
and
high
we-
schools.
And we changed that. We tasked our administration with coming up with a completely new plan. I mean, that was the recommendation at the time. But so I don't, for me, we need to find a path forward here. And if our goal is not to bring our kids back, or not, I don't think that we're maximizing that opportunity. I believe strongly that now is the time. Now is the best time that we're going to have.
I would not suggest that we ask our board administrators to please come up with 5 more plans. All I'm suggesting is that
You're muted.
You muted, Chris.
We lost you, Christopher.
Lost your space bar.
Okay, I'll be quick. Sorry. I'm not asking that we try to come up with 6 more plans. Our administrators have been working their butts off, as has everyone all year. All I'm suggesting is that we potentially consider following the CDC recommendation, which would be physical distancing of 6 feet or more to the greatest extent possible. I'm suggesting that we consider following through with the schedules as designed, but consider relaxing that social distancing and do it to the greatest extent possible to allow kids to come back that wish to. Not revisit, not reschedule, not reshuffle, but consider social distancing to the greatest extent possible to allow kids to get back. That's what I'm asking that we consider, which would be consistent with the CDC recommendation to do. And should we
That's all I'm
lapse back and move into the orange, or heaven forbid, whatever the other color is, red, then we go back to hybrid or full remote, but still wouldn't change the schedule again. I wouldn't suggest that. I would suggest that we consider allowing kids to come back purple as long as we're yellow, or hopefully get to blue. I don't know why blue and yellow are close together. They don't go together at all. But I would like to consider that, relaxing social distancing to allow more kids to come back, not ask our principals, our administrators to come up with more plans, because to mess up the saying, that ship has left the barn. I want to finish this year. But I do want to continue to try to allow our kids to get back in person as much as we can. So that would be my ask. And it's not the same as Michael's ask or Ralph's ask, maybe, but that would be my request, is that we consider following CDC guidance. And
But Christopher, do you agree that's what they're doing?
Yeah.
No.
That's all I'm asking as well. I
No,
just wanna
they're
know what
saying
the
that
parameters
6 foot is sacred, and don't put another kid in there unless they can be 6 feet apart.
So we already know that because the hybrid, we didn't put a cap. We didn't say that this room has, 100 square feet, so this many children can be in here. We didn't put a cap on hybrid. So there are some classrooms that are maybe, yes, elementary, 100% there are. There absolutely are, where there are more than what the 6 feet radius would be in an elementary school. Absolutely. And so I
Yeah,
guess
I've
the
not
reality
seen any of
is
those.
some of that is happening. And so they're doing the best that they can with the numbers that they've got. And we hear the middle school and the high school folks saying that as soon as they get the numbers, they're still working out those schedules to be able to. So Mr. Berryhill's talking about immediate numbers that they can start to open up to. Mr. Delbridge is saying that they're going to be sitting down by the end of the week to cohort it so that they can have more numbers. And then as they see those classrooms with available seats to be able to maintain spacing, they will be able to reach out. So they're doing that.
Okay, so it sounds like we agree that the 6 feet is not a mandate and they can go less than 6 feet to allow more kids in. If we agree, then we don't even have to cover it next week. We're good.
Right, so let me suggest.
Let me ask a
I'm
question.
so confused. Right. If we're saying, are we saying 6? I am in perfect agreement with Christopher. I don't care about 6 foot. I'm sorry, that's blunt, that's clear. I don't care about it. Get kids back in school at 3 foot. I don't care.
Let me ask a question.
I disagree with that.
Yeah. And this Lance and Ted, this question's for both of you, okay? Like say we, you build out your schedules, up to the 15th when the try starts, you make all the calls possible, you fill every seat possible through the end of March. Then let's say, we go to spring break and we come back and then suddenly the board says, hey, we're okay with relaxing social distance. Can we take the reds and the blues and make them all 4 days a week as purples? How bad does that mess you up? Or is that just easy to say, everybody just come 4 days instead of 2?
I can start. I can start because my answer is less complicated than Mr. Delbridge's. The answer to that for the middle school is that I would take the number of remote students that are still remote once we would send a survey out, which is I'm supposing that we would send a survey out to ask for that election at that point. And I would create remote only sections and I would create in-person sections. And I would use my Mason Middle School staff to deliver that form of instruction. So if you want to take an example, let's use Miss Salzer teaches 7th grade language arts. Currently, she has some hybrid and some in-person sections, and we would just set up her schedule to accommodate the number of sections that I need for remote learning. Does that make sense, Mr. Creamer?
I kind of, so kids would be forced to maybe change teachers or just change hours.
They would maybe just change hours.
Okay.
We just did a bunch of work like this, in fact, for 3rd trimester, because at the middle school, what we try to do is keep their language arts, math, science, and social studies teachers for the entire year. And we've had some teachers elect to teach this 3rd try in a traditional hybrid model. A traditional hybrid model means that some of their sections are remote and the other ones have their in-person students. Hvac, they're all mixed throughout. And so I think everyone understands that concept now. For a scheduler, a Hvac section in a secondary schedule is like gold because I don't have to worry about what selection they've made. So I'm looking for a spot for Christopher Mumby's daughter, and I see a Hvac section, I'm like, I'm good to go. Doesn't matter what she's selected, right? When you switch it and you make them all in-person or traditional hybrid, or remote and traditional hybrid, pardon me, then it starts getting to a point where you've got to schedule them in the right way. But in the middle school, it's doable. And if I was given that direction, we could make it happen. It would not be simple. It's not flipping a switch. I don't want to make it seem like that, but it's something that me, Mr. Kiefner, and our scheduling team of our student services personnel that we could accomplish.
Great, thanks. Lance, how about you guys?
Yeah, and the other piece of the puzzle, and this is what's such a challenge for me, is that right now I have people in my building that want their kids there for 2 days a week, but they do not want them there for 4 days a week, and they made that very clear to me. And I also have kids that are remote right now because their parents don't find value in 2 days a week. And if you go to 4 days a week, they want that. And so the problem I have is we're spending countless hours right now building all these scenarios for all these kids. And as soon as you make a change, I'm guaranteeing you over 100 people are going to call me and expect to flip one way or the other. And when we did this in the second trimester, 90% of the flip was out, back to remote, which hurt us even harder because our remote sections are much less than the face-to-face sections. So the tricky part for us from a scheduling standpoint is we're doing all this work right now. I mean, we're calling people for learning labs. We're, trying to find out how many kids we can bring back in these purple groupings. But none of that would have been needed if we made a decision to go to 4 days. But like I said before, I didn't really care if we went 2 days or 4 days. I just wanted to make a decision and stick with it for a variety of reasons, mostly for continuity of everybody. So we know which direction we're headed. And when we made that decision to go 2 days, that's where we headed. And so the longer we wait to make decisions, the more complex it becomes. And I'm just telling you, because I've had so many parents call me, we're going to get that flip if we make a decision to change again.
And the other thing with the high school, here we are week 3 after the selection. Or is it week 4? Week 3. And we're still, not to a point where we're getting kids in the classes. It's a 4 or 5 week process when you're building a master schedule like in a typical year, they'll start 6 weeks, 7 weeks in advance scheduling for the next trimester that's coming up. The problem at the high school as well is that these are credit bearing classes. These kids are in these classes, they're in advanced placement, they're working for GPA, they're working for college entrance, graduation. So, to start jockeying around and moving kids around, certainly at the high school level, is another complicated matter because, not that the stakes aren't high in every single grade in the district, but at the high school, it has a little bit more importance. And in all fairness to them, we made the commitment by trimester. And we did that at the beginning of the year. When we start looking at second try, but of course, the health metrics kind of messed us up quite a bit in November and even in January. The numbers were such that, social distancing was an important, not that it isn't, I'm just saying it was more important during those times when numbers were, especially in Mason, were in our zip code, we're going through the roof.
And I will just say, Mr. Kramer, just 2 more pieces on that question. I'll be really brief. The other piece that's really challenging is when we had that flip, when parents said, hey, I don't want this, I want this, that does require changing schedules. And then that means changing teachers, which means changing grades or grade books and Skyward. And so now relationships that have already begun change. And now the grade book, for Mr. Haney and Miss Higgins don't line up. So now they've got to go back in, and it's not just like I can merge a kid from Mr. Haney's class to Miss Higgins' class and all the data's there. It's not. So then you have to recreate all the data, which is another, problematic piece. The other thing too, to keep in mind is we usually start in January building our schedule for next year, and we haven't even started that yet. And so on our scheduling timeline, the second week of third try is when we're starting our scheduling for next year. And we need to get that done so that we can begin to, we got another group of 8th graders coming in. We've got 9th graders that really don't know our building too well, so we don't have connections with them. And so that makes it harder to schedule. And so the longer that this perpetuates, there's dominoes that just keep, mounting up that make it more difficult. So for what that's worth.
Great, thanks.
So
questions, thoughts?
Yeah, I guess we're the scheduling aspect of this. I guess my question is, what's the most, if we eliminated dedicated classes just to online learning and rostered everybody, whether they're online or in person, and maintain the high flex instructional delivery model, wouldn't that alleviate some of the rostering and scheduling problems?
You're saying if every teacher high every class? Mr. Kelly, are you saying that if every teacher high flexed every class, is that what you're asking?
Well, I'm making the assumption here that the difficulties, the challenges that you were discussing there are going to be primarily associated with the fact that accommodating the online families. And that's with a significant portion of them enrolling, when the opportunity arises. Ron indicated maybe, half would be partaking and have the opportunity. Half the section, say, could be filled with just teachers, could be, are dedicated to online students, filled with just online students. If we eliminated that and just roster the students and schedule them as we would normally, and then distribute them, in a manner that would allow teachers who can accomplish it to do Hvac or to do the synchronous or simultaneous learning, I'll call it. I guess I'm not understanding what the challenge is in pivoting, and what specifically is the reason for that.
So two pieces to that. Let's say I have an English class that already has 28 kids in it, which is the max I can put in there. And now I've got 4 remote kids that want to come back, and the only hour that I can get them English based on their schedule is that hour. I can't put them in that hour because I have contractual maximums that I have to live up to. So the contract plays a piece in this as well. Also, I have some classes, we're not going to teach Woods online. We're just not going to do it. We did it in the fall. My daughter was in a Woods class. Mr. Philippak tried his best, but it came down to a lot of mathematical computation of measuring wood and measuring, X amount of whatever. And I'm not knocking him at all. He did the best that he could, but Woods is intended to be taught in a classroom. And so are things like 3D printing and some of our computer programs that we don't have the software to give every kid access to some of our Adobe Suite products. So they have to be in the classroom to do that. So just to say that everybody's going to teach Hvac won't work in all disciplines.
Well, I guess I wasn't, okay, I understand that. But I wasn't referring to shifting after the trimester started. So I'm assuming here that, adding somebody to an existing 28 classroom wouldn't be the problem, because we'd be trying to get ahead of that. But I guess I do, if we looked at this from the point of view that Chris was referring to, and maybe I should have just said it right up front, is I don't see a huge change would be necessary with our plan. To the extent that we loosen up or maybe not be so restricted by the social distancing requirement, I don't see a whole lot of things that would have to change. And we could continue moving down this path with that change. I think that I'm assuming then that would make things, that could be accommodated now or even in the future. And obviously, the sooner we made that decision, the better. I agree with that entirely.
I think it
So,
does.
Michael-
I think it makes sense, Michael, from a standpoint of, to the extent classes are Hvac, it's very easy to transition back and forth. A student can decide to come 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days a week. Doesn't really matter on a Hvac class. I mean, classes got 25, whether they're in the seats or at home, it's a class. But when you've got only 58% of your classes Hvac, now you got 42% of your classes that are problematic when you're making those changes. That's where you're running into problems.
But there's no schedule that's going to be perfect in a setting like that. And, we're going to accommodate, if that's what the board wishes, would accommodate to the maximum extent possible. It might be, 2 full days for a kid, and then maybe 2 half days, for example, and the other half days are online just because we can't figure out a way to accommodate that. But
yeah, but I think we're making this more. I want to back up and just. It seems to me what's evolving here, or what's sort of percolating up, is that the best option for those who want to maximize as many opportunities for families to return to school 4 days a week, okay, is really to take a closer look at that social distancing restriction, okay, and work with that. Because I don't think that's going to change, our instructional delivery preference. It's not going to change. I based on the numbers I'm seeing, I don't expect a big shift in the numbers, but I'm not saying that's the only issue, because it could be a flip. If one family decides to go one direction and another family the other direction, it all comes out in the wash, but you still got to accommodate that. And I get that, that can be challenging. But if we focus on that, that seems to me like a path forward, potentially, to return to school full-time 4 days or 5 days a week. And that would be, unless somebody's got an idea of something that would be more straightforward, maybe easier. But that seems to make sense to me.
Yeah, Michael, I agree that given our principals the ability to go under 6 feet if it allows kids to return without totally requesting that they redo their schedules, I think gives them flexibility, and that will add more opportunities for in-person learning. It will not get every kid back, but it would increase the number of kids it could be offered to. So I think that's a fair request for us to consider. And again, I don't think we're considering it till next week, but I think that's a fair request for us to consider in a motion. Should we get 4 votes to do that, to allow them to social distance to the extent possible while we're in a blue or yellow CDC categorized community spread, whatever you want to call it. So I think that's maybe a fair way to not overly abuse our principals who look tired, and I know why, because we've been bothering them all year with changes. But that's a way that allows them to fit a few more kids in where space allows, not 6 foot space, but space as far as contractually, without asking them to again redo the schedules. So that's maybe a compromise way to get more kids in the classroom. We don't have to look at all grades the same, K through 12. I'd love to see us certainly do that in the elementary school and allow every child back that would like to the extent we can. But again, I think those decisions might be made next week, but I'd like us to be open to that suggestion.
I agree.
Let me ask you something.
And to say that, I guess just to go back to say that, well, we passed this and nothing's changed. Well, the fact of the matter is the CDC guidance has changed. The requirement to not quarantine has changed, and the numbers have gone down. So I think it's perfectly valid to say, yeah, sorry, I understand, but things have changed.
Well, I mean, yeah, I go back to the issue though a lot that, so we relax social distancing, you get 5 more slots in the classroom for the kids that want to be there, but you may take 2 kids that want to be there 2 days a week and preclude them from having that opportunity to be face-to-face at all. Is that, you know what? And that's going to be a very vocal group say, you just ruined the opportunity for my kid to be in school 2 days a week.
I think we could still have red and blue kids too. They wouldn't be precluded from coming just 2 days.
But then are you truly cohorting it to really protect in that fashion too?
To the greatest extent possible, yes. And that's what the guidance from the CDC is.
So the greatest extent means you need to work to social distance. It doesn't mean forgive it. It doesn't mean that we can go to 4.5. It means to say that social distancing is still required.
Let's remember too that the cohorting aspect of this, we have athletics, we have the same teachers and the same adults interacting with students, red and blue from day to day. And the science and our own experience tells us that those are the ones, it's the adults that have created, we did have a situation with a student a couple weeks ago, but the Ingham County, did say that the vaccination aspects of this would change that completely. But in our own experience, it's been the adults who don't cohort. They're there every day interacting with students, connecting the cohorted students potentially. So, I don't want to, I'm not discounting efforts to minimize, transactions in the classroom and in the school, but we have to be realistic about it too and recognize where the biggest risk is for that. And that's with the adults, not with the cohorting of students.
One, I'd like to just jump in. I haven't made many comments. And just on that, one of the things that I have concern with is not recognizing high school students as adults. So we need to be very careful and make sure and that's an area where we can't really cohort very well. So if we look at this, I do think we need to sort of split it into pieces. Middle school may be different than elementary, than high school. So that's one thought, but I want to go back to the social distancing has been important to me. The manageability, which we've heard about from Mr. Delbridge, Mr. Berryhill has been very important to me. And when we met on February 1st, the fact that we had all the principals lined up with their pictures and ready to speak to this manageability issue helped influence me to vote the way I voted on February 1st. And that was to go with hybrid through the rest of the year. It said to me, because I do know that these folks have been working hard. I don't think the public sees that. I don't think we even see that as school board members. These people have worked their tails off. The teachers have worked their tails off. Now, marry that or bring to the conversation the fact that parents have also been working their tails off, and there's a lot of suffering out there. So that's the challenge and the dilemma. I mean, I feel deeply for the parents. I'm a parent. I've got 2 college-age kids, but they're struggling. We're all struggling. And I won't go into a whole lot of detail, but I now know 4 people, including an ex-husband of my sister who just lost his life, who's only 3 years older than I, 4 years older than I, to COVID. So this is real. As we talk about this is real. I've been worried about social distancing. I've been worried about manageability, and I've been calling for innovation. And I think in the hearts of our people, and in the hearts of the parents and the kids and everyone else, we really want to solve this. I think we just need to be very careful to know that it shouldn't be driven by calendar. It shouldn't be driven by emotion and politics, which sadly we feel as school board members. We need to respect this virus and what it is. So that's why social distancing is very important to me. I know the CDC has softened, but the CDC hasn't said throw it out. They're talking about cohorting. They're talking about plexiglass. They're talking about ways to mitigation strategies that if you're going to get rid of social distancing or you're going to de-emphasize it, then you've got to do some things. So I think Mr. Delbridge mentioned, everything we do, there's another domino effect. So this is one school board member speaking right now, not our whole board. So I know we have an audience out there. If you decide you're not going to have that 6 feet, then you're going to actually probably, according to the experts that I've been reading and the things I've been reading, you're going to also then have to accept a higher risk that this virus will spread. You're going to have to accept that for not only our students, but possibly the greater community. So there's been a lot of distortion. There's been a lot of mystery behind this virus, but in my gut, in my heart, I stop and say, this virus, you need to keep people apart. And right now we're trying to force something where we bring people together, and that is a school setting, which is a wonderful thing. And we're kind of battling this battle. So I wanted to take a moment to thank the parents. I feel deeply for the families. I also want to mention that we have been talking about mental health issues at the community and staff relations level. That's been brought back on the table. As I say that, of course, that's yet another thing we're asking our school district to do, is suddenly take on even more challenges in mental health and all that. I wish there was some body out there, some entity out there that we could say, solve these mental health issues for the kids. Athletics is helping, I think. But once we get kids back in the building, even at the hybrid level, they're not able to cluster in the hallway, from what I understand, and chit chat and talk and joke and have fun. I mean, there's probably some of that, but it's not the same world. It's not us sitting down, everybody together, and it's French class starting and we're giggling and having fun. It's 6 feet apart. And if we go less than that, it's plexiglass, and it's a teacher wearing masks and all that. And see, this is why you guys need to get me to talk earlier and before I've had my caffeine, because Mr. O'Connor tends to, in a polite way, I hope, in a positive way, launch, not in a bad way. I just want to make sure we understand that this discussion that came on the front end, one of the early things that was brought up was, do we listen to the staff, or do we sort of guide the staff? Does the staff guide us? Do we bless anything that the staff puts before us? On this, ever since July, I've been following what the staff has put forth, because they have the expertise. Their job is to educate our kids. They know the curriculum, they know the flow of the building, they know the teachers, they know the resources, they know the transportation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I have a real hard time not listening to that, not stopping and saying that's very, very valuable to me. If the staff, and this goes to a question I think Ralph had asked Liz, but probably could have aimed it at me too. Patrick, would you vote for something if it's put forth in front of you by the staff? And I would say yes, as long as I understand and as long as it fits certain criteria. And right now that social distancing is very important to me. So I don't know how to crack this nut. I don't know how to solve this right now as I hear what's being discussed. You know, the more I talk, we live in the social media world, and I'm sure people will take shots and all that, but you know, it's reaching a point that if people don't understand the heart we have as school board members to try and help this district, nothing I can say is going to help people in the community understand the heart we have, and the heart that the parents have, and the heart that the kids have, and the heart that the teachers and administration have. So I think that's what I wanted to say. I'm not ready to give up social distancing. That trade-off, to me, I'm having a hard time with right now. So that's not to say it wouldn't happen a week from now. If someone got creative and said, this is a better way we can do it, we never thought of it. But again, we're tasking our staff to look at that. And I guess that's the times we live in. Certainly, if Ralph and Michael want to spend the week, you guys called the meeting and supported this meeting. If you want to spend a week putting together a plan that you want to put in front of me, I'd be happy to consider that as well. I'll just follow up with those thoughts, and I appreciate you folks listening. Don't call on me again in class, or I'll do that again and I'll go crazy. But keep fighting the good fight, people.
I would suggest that a plan has been put forward for all the board members to consider. I think three of us have sort of coalesced around this idea of, you know, relaxing social distancing. There are some other things that came up, you know, over the course of the 3 weeks too, that I think can be additions to our plan. There are some ways that we can be more proactive in monitoring the quality of the air and the turnover in the air. I think we had some public comment this evening on that. CO2 monitors, we could be a little bit more aggressive with that. As the warmer weather approaches, we can be more, we can, you know, ventilate better. I would also suggest that we take a closer look at things we tossed around when there was warmer weather. We were sort of joking about it, but apparently this is being done, and it seems feasible, and that's outdoor lunch. That seems to be a point of emphasis, a point of concern. Snack time and lunches. You know, we can do things like that, be a little bit more innovative, and again, without modifying the instructional delivery too much. But fundamentally, I think there is a plan here that we sort of talked about, and that is relaxing the social distancing. It doesn't, you know, I understand that there's going to be some disagreement on that, but again, I don't offer that lightly. Okay, this is March. We're more than a year into this. Okay, we've learned a lot. We've been through a lot. I think the community's been patient, and the conditions right now, from a health point of view, are as good as they're going to get, frankly. We've talked a lot in our meetings, in our discussions, about health metrics and about risks. Okay, there's a lot of people looking out for us in that regard. There's a lot of information that we've been referencing, you know, but there's only one group that looks out for the education of our kids, and that's us. And you know, precious little has been put into our discussions regarding the academic success of our students. Okay, and frankly, even the mental health. So I'd like to be, you know, I really think that we need to start considering that and moving that up in our thought processes, and considering that as part of our decision-making process here. We talk a lot about, you know, there's a lot of things that we can't do if we don't have the kids in our classes, in our schools. And we talk a lot about mental health. We talk a lot about academic achievement, preparation for college. All of these things are being compromised because we have not been able to get back into the classroom. And I don't mean that in a critical way. I just think that that's something that we all agree on. But the conditions right now are as good as they're going to get. And we're in a transition phase for our older students in terms of a trimester. And I think with minimal change to the instructional delivery plan as it is now, we can accommodate more families. And I'll put more time into it over the course of the next week. You know, but, and there are other aspects too that are favorable. Less than 2 weeks ago, we had a student, and the consequence was some quarantining in a couple of classrooms. Okay, but the significance of this is the guidelines from the county, you know, clearly considered vaccination, the role of the vaccination in that, as I mentioned earlier. I also think that state level MIOSHA requirements are going to be, which haven't been updated since October, I think are well overdue. And those are going to be accommodating, you know, the role of vaccinations in this. Maybe even symptoms can be moved up. The county has already considered that. Back in December, they started suggesting that we need to take a closer look at you know, the role of symptoms in the recommendations that they provide. And there has been some change in that, as Rick mentioned earlier. Those have been modified. So on all fronts, you know, our ability to get the school open and our ability to keep it open have changed significantly just in the last 3 weeks.
Mr. Kelly, can I ask, are you saying that you're going to be writing a new plan for the district?
No, I didn't say that. I was, you know, Patrick suggested that Ralph and I go and do some work over the course of the next week.
So do you intend to bring a new plan to the meeting?
Well, we're all going to be preparing for the next meeting, I hope.
Are you preparing a new plan?
Considering what's been talked about here.
So are you taking into consideration and meeting with our building admins who are the subject matter experts to be able to make sure that all of the needs are met of our buildings?
Well, I can bring my 20 years of development of online learning material and learning management systems.
No. I'm asking if you're meeting with our administration team because it's our district.
I'll ask them those questions. But this is what we've talked about here tonight, Liz, is not, in all respects, it should make our administrators' jobs easier. We're loosening the requirements and the restrictions of getting kids back into the school building.
We didn't loosen restrictions. That was not a vote. Nothing happened.
Making their jobs more difficult. I think that we found something that with minimal amount of change to our existing plan could work. And that's all I'm asking.
Every time we change a path, every time we change a direction and give the district more direction, we exponentially increase the workload on folks in our district. And that's on every level. And we need to recognize that.
Okay, I don't know about exponentially, but I also, I do want to remember, I want to remind the board, okay, and the administration that we did not say we weren't going to, that this was a done deal. That, you know, we said that we were going to have a special meeting before our next meeting. And if conditions changed, pretty much everybody agreed that if conditions changed, you know, we would be reconsidering the plan and looking at ways to get more of our kids back full time. That was clearly stated. I think that was a clear, I don't see how that could be misunderstood. You know, Ron did indicate that the work that's been done over the last 3 weeks was not done on his own accord. Okay, he was responding to the direction from the board. Okay, and I think that needs to be made very clear. We can't walk away.
The board direction was a 5-2 vote to stay hybrid for the rest of the year. That's what the vote was.
That is correct. And we also discussed, we also clearly indicated that that could change. Okay, so, and it can change. I mean, we could vote right now, or we're going to vote, you know, likely we'll take a vote on March 8th. And that sounds like the direction we're headed. Okay, so you know, we can play these games and pretend that nothing, you know, that nothing can happen, that we're, you know, that we're full steam ahead this direction. I don't feel that that's fair to the community. I don't think it's fair to all the board members. I don't think it's fair to our teachers, our administrators. It's not fair to anybody.
So who is it fair to keep
pull back and
changing?
say we're done. What's that?
Who is it fair to keep changing? Is that fair to the families? Is that fair to the staff? Is that fair to anybody to keep changing plans?
Well, I mean, I don't know what standard you're using for fairness, but the important thing here is that we continue to reevaluate and take into consideration the changes to the circumstances. Okay.
But again,
for me, that's
what
the
a
most
change
important.
does,
Okay.
what the workload that a change from this board does to the district needs to be recognized. And that's
And who's not recognizing that? But let's take it to the
like
extreme.
Mr. Kelly's not.
Sure he is. I disagree with you, Liz. But let's take it to the extreme. If the governor said tomorrow, gee, unless you go back 5 days a week, you're going to lose your state funding, like they have done in some states, you're saying, well, that's great. We're just going to stay status quo because we voted on it already.
No,
I mean,
there are
guidelines,
guidelines, Mr. Beebe, that's a bit extreme.
But you're
I
saying
follow
we
the
can't
law, I
revisit
follow
it.
the guidance, but one guidance is the other. We are given the latitude, we're given the opportunity as a board to vote on this and make a direction, and we voted and made a direction.
So we have no more votes. So if the
We have
governor
to
said that,
recertify
we
it
would
every
not
month.
vote again. We would stay in our current plan.
We need to research.
My thought is that we would. We have to recertify it, but my thought is that our district needs the guidance. Our district has the guidance. They're working towards that guidance, and therefore we need to support them in their guidance. They're
Why
going
are
to
we
do their
expected to
damnedest.
recertify it monthly if there's no opportunity or no
Law.
thought of changing it monthly? Why
Law.
take that process?
Law says we have to recertify it every month
And what was the intent behind that in the law?
to have a plan. So why can't the plan
Well, I
stay
would
the same
also
for the third
put
trimester?
responsibility ahead of fairness. I mean, for me, that means a lot to me.
It
And I
depends
think we
on
have a
what the
responsibility
guidance is.
to take that legal responsibility seriously.
Can I break in here?
Yeah, please,
Steve,
please.
I'm going to call on you.
Thank you. I want to offer something here because I think, you know, Liz and Michael and Ralph and others' positions are very clear at the moment. I don't know that we're productively moving the needle at the moment. And so I kind of want to get off that merry-go-round a little bit. What I want to offer here is I think what we talked about a little bit earlier where, you know, we looked at opportunity classroom by classroom that if we relaxed some social distancing, could we get more students in without totally upending the rest of the boat, right? That to me is a different thing than what we had been talking about before, where we were going to have to push the re-rostering and the rescheduling. If there's a possibility of doing it without that is different than some assumptions that at least I had made in the past. We have to get through, if we're going to do something like that, we are going to naturally pass through the getting kids into the classroom without relaxing social distancing first. That's the process that's underway. How about we let that continue up to that point? When we've got to that point, we've got a better idea of where we can go next. And then we start looking at it then in the ways that don't disrupt the schedule. I mean, is that a fair path forward at this point?
You're saying waiting another month? So waiting until April, that's a long time to wait.
Well, I mean, would we really be? Yeah, I guess I don't know what that procedure would progress like. I mean, to me, it seems like even if we were going to decide that today, I mean, let's just say we decide it today, we still have to go through the process of adding. We're going to add the kids first for the other, you know, up to that social distancing limit, before we really even know where our opportunities lie next. We don't know what those are, and I don't think we could speculate on them today. We're still speculating on what the opportunities are with the social distancing.
I think we just give them more flexibility. That's all. The sooner we, and we may not have 4 votes to do that, but the sooner we gave them the flexibility, the quicker they could respond and the sooner, the best chance of getting more kids back 4 days a week. That's all.
Can we at least give them the opportunity to even start the plan that we voted on?
They're already doing it.
But the kids haven't even been in place yet. So if we come and change things next week, the plan that was voted on and that they're planning for, they haven't even been given an opportunity to implement in a building.
Liz, what I'm
We've
talking,
already
what-
put 417 students back in. So how do you say they haven't been working on it? They
Because
have. There's 417 elementary students who weren't in it the day we quote unquote passed the plan.
But the plan that was approved is to open it back up, parents signed up, and that is to start March 15th. And so there are families that are taking that opportunity and having their children start that March 15th date. And so those kids have not been given that opportunity to even start yet when we talk about these type of things.
And we wouldn't be taking away that opportunity for them to start. We just might be letting more people back. That's all I'm suggesting.
But then you change the comfort level for those families too, because
Yeah,
if they're not comfortable with opening that up,
yeah,
that's
and
not a
that's
fair
real,
assumption that they're okay with it.
Liz, that's a real risk. That absolutely is a real risk. It's a very different risk though than re-rostering students in order to get full online classrooms and
risk,
going to that next level, right? There's this in between part that this is an extension on the existing plan, where I think this is a natural extension that you can stretch this a little bit without upending the plan that we approved last month, by looking at opportunities to relax the social distancing where we can, where it makes sense. I don't think that's a major leap for us to take one way or another. I think though you are right, there are going to be some families who elected hybrid because they felt that the social distancing satisfied their need on that. We may lose some of those. The balance point though is we're trying to maximize, I think, students in the classroom without affecting the educational opportunity, and that local maximum is going to be better for some than others. And because we're in one already, I personally don't think that precludes us from switching it if it gets us more net educational benefit. Because that's the
And
goal.
remember, yeah, and I'll add that, yes, we might be impinging on the comfort level of some families and some students, but remember, we're also offering the opportunity to meet the comfort level of potentially hundreds of students across the school district by making this decision in time to be able to accommodate a larger number of students back. So it far exceeds the comfort level of the few that select hybrid, or the impingement on that. We're offering something that's going to benefit many, many, many more families.
I'm not sure you can actually state that, Michael. We don't know. We do not know that. So to state
I'd be pretty comfortable. I'm pretty comfortable making that assumption that far more people are going to want to come back to school. The ones that we're going to, because remember, we're only going to get 25% of the hybrid kids. That's kind of where we were at. 15% overall, 25% of the hybrid. I'm making the assumption that there'll be much greater number than 25% that we'll be able to get back into the classroom. That's going to exceed the number that would leave. And if we don't know that, we need to find that out. I mean, let's not move forward without considering that. We got 2 weeks. I think that maybe over the next week we ought to do something, as Ralph mentioned earlier. Just a brief question. If the density in the classrooms was increased, would you still select? Would you still remain with the desire to stay in school?
All right. I guess maybe with an attempt to kind of wrap this up, we're coming up on 4 hours and a lot of ideas. I think everybody's clear where everybody's at. A lot of good comment throughout the week and the evening from the public. I think another week gives us time to kind of think it through, get maybe a little bit more data as some of the middle school and high school slots are opened up. and continue with the elementary. So unless there's any objection at this point, I'd kind of like to move on to public comment.
I would like to put that forward though. You know, how does the rest of the board feel about a questionnaire? Just a couple questions, maybe just one question, because that's, to me, that's as important a data as fleshing out these numbers, letting these numbers develop a little more.
The challenge with the survey on this one is that the interaction between all of the various options and the parent opinion is not a single question. And we've actually received some complaint on that, or at least I've heard complaint on that from previous ones that said, well, the scenarios didn't really cover, you know, my personal concerns on it. If you really wanted to capture that, you'd be looking at multiple kind of interlaced questions on it, which, I mean, again, isn't impossible to do, but in a week, that's.
I'm only asking one thing. Just the only thing I need to know that would be helpful to me is you selected the hybrid option for your student for the rest of the year. Would you still be comfortable with that if the plan was to allow students to come back full time? That's all. I don't think
So
there's
you would only survey the families with hybrid students.
Yeah, that's all we would need to. You know, the other, I mean, maybe we need more, but that's the most important aspect for me.
Yeah, I think you could get away with it then. I'm not sure how dispositive that is of the general direction, at least for me.
Yeah, we haven't been particularly scientific with any of our surveys in the past, but
no.
But this one would be very focused and very specific. So I think its utility would be something to consider here.
Yeah, I think there's some risks in a survey and how you interpret the data too, and then what action do you take upon that data? Because I think many of us will look at that data in different ways.
I certainly agree that we'll all look at it in different ways, and I'm not sure a single question can be, you know, but the flip side of the coin is, those of us that want to, proceed in a different direction, you got to give us a little something if we don't survey, to say that, well, I know the numbers, or hey, we're using the numbers from last fall. I don't think we can go numbers at all at that point. I think we just rely on what we think is best. And
I think
numbers
we
go
need to
out of the
be
discussion.
I think we need to be cautious about a survey, because that's something that keeps being brought up, is that we asked parents in August and then numbers changed and we had to make decisions as a board, and parents keep saying, but you asked me and didn't do what I wanted. And then it keeps coming back. And so it's very difficult to pull an audience and not do what's in that poll. And so if you're going to poll and say that there is not going to be a 2-day, there's only going to be a 4-day option, and then it doesn't happen, well, why did you ask the community? I think we need to be very cautious as to
agree
why
with
we
you,
would
Liz. And you might find that surprising. I agree with you. I'm just saying, if we don't survey, we have to stop the discussion of, well, we think 40% won't do this, or if we do this, 60% are going to do this. I'm just saying, if we don't survey, let's get the numbers out of the discussion for anybody.
Well, I mean, again, the challenge, and I think the challenge that we got with the original survey was, I'll throw out the hypothetical. We already know that high school, middle school have said 40% want to stay remote. So let's say 20% are hybrid and 40% are full face-to-face. Who's the majority? There is no majority.
But how can you say that 2020 without, I mean, that's where I don't understand.
I'm not saying that's the number. I'm not saying that's the number anyway. I'm saying if it is 40, 20, 40, what is your majority? Anytime you have 3 options.
I think you could still accommodate that, Kurt. You could still let people only come 2 days a week. That wouldn't disrupt anything.
Yeah, but the 2 days a week is not because they want only 2 days a week.
I disagree with you.
I think we heard from Lance and Ted that would.
If you put 40% of your students in the class and you're still going with social distancing, your class is full. Therefore, the red, blue cohorts don't have the opportunity to come in. They make you exceed the limit.
But we're talking not doing social distancing.
Right. And that's the thing that would though
Summer.
impact the hybrid students. It's not that
Right.
they would have a choice to stay 2 days. It's that they wouldn't have the social distancing anymore. That's the thing that might cause a change.
And that's what brings them into the school is the social distancing. And if you
Right.
take it away, they don't come into school. So now you, in essence, have 60% of the kids who say, we have been excluded from face-to-face. Now that's your majority. Your 40% who want it are not your majority. So, I mean, anytime you have 3 potential outcomes you're surveying on, the likelihood that you don't get a clear-cut majority is pretty high.
The only data we really have
Maybe
right
it's-
now is elementary, where 90+% of the people asked said, yep, I want to come back. That's the only data we really have right now, and it's not apples to apples. But it
No,
is
it's not
a
apples.
super high percentage of folks, surprisingly high.
There's a lot of selection bias on that data right now too, because.
Well, and a big thing on that survey that we sent out way back when, I don't believe we mentioned that coming back full-time meant no social distancing. That was a major piece that was missing in the question, wasn't it? We never stopped.
It was
and-
in there. I think. it was-
Okay. Well, it wasn't a firm. It was a possible, wasn't it? I can't quite remember. Anyway, the point being, if you're going to do a survey, you better reinforce that idea that social distancing, if that one of the things you're seeking is eliminating that, I suppose. The other thing that comes into play, and I keep thinking about this, is, you know, if we were a corporation or a board of a corporation and we were taking on this kind of risk, I mean, we have immunity as a school board, and I keep kind of falling back on that. And I went back to our MASB legal counsel way back when, because I've been deeply concerned about making a decision that impacts someone's life either way, either the kids at home, not in the classroom, or kids in the classroom, or teachers in the classroom, and some harm comes to them. So it's an interesting perspective. And I forgot to mention that earlier. It's not always a comfortable perspective. It's what we have. It can be a wonderful tool to make decisions. It can also, I think, be kind of a dangerous tool, because in some ways I feel like the reins are off of us, and where maybe if we were not a school board, we were a corporation or a company making decisions that put people at risk. Maybe the break.
Patrick, I guess I have to jump in there.
No,
As
go
a
for it.
business
Go
owner,
for it. I appreciate it.
As a business owner
Let's go.
that has been working overtime the whole time of COVID, I've had guys not miss a single day. You know, to say that I'm not, you know, I'm not equating risk differently because I'm immune. I have, 50 employees traveling the world, helping the DoD, taking risks every day, and taking risk is being a part of a business owner. I absolutely disagree that I'm looking at this somewhat different because I have quote unquote immunity.
I appreciate your comments, Ralph. I believe I was speaking more to myself. If I misspoke, I apologize. I'm just trying to get perspective and maybe share some perspective as we make these decisions. There's high risks in this either way. Whatever decision we make, and I've said it before, I'll stop talking because it's been a long night, and I appreciate your comments, Ralph. Didn't mean to offend at any level. We all got to work on this together, and I appreciate the input from everybody tonight. Thanks.
Kurt, I just, we mentioned about different people using the data differently. I just want to point out that in this particular case, I'm not looking for a majority or not a non-majority. That wouldn't be the point of getting this information. It would be for planning and decision-making purposes. If that number is 25% of the hybrid students, then, maybe we can just continue forward. Because we could probably accommodate that and still do social distancing. But I suspect that number is going to be higher. Or the number that would choose, that would be necessary to go over the social distancing is gonna be there. But if it's not, it's not. If it is, it is. It's not in this particular case, I wouldn't say that we need to poll to see what people prefer. I just need to know what they might do. Whether it's 5%, 10%, 50%, or 100%. It's still valuable information.
Ron, I guess, how hard would it be to ask that one question just of the families who've elected hybrid? Balancing against the effort versus the argument at this point. If it's a lot of work, I'm going to say there's not a lot of value in it. But if it's pretty simple, just for the sake of moving on, I think it might be worth doing.
Well, we always say that the surveys are simple, and they never are. There's always a lot more complexity to them. So we would have to take some time, obviously, to make sure, we were intentional with the questions. We've done that on a couple different occasions, and I think we've hit the mark in some cases. In other cases, we've not. Turnaround, we can get a pretty good turnaround in a couple days. That usually isn't that big of a deal. I think the time would be on the front end of getting it all ready, and then of course, disaggregating the results, and then interpreting them to decide, what those results are telling us. So I think you all brought up some points, pro and con as to why a survey would be of some value and why a survey necessarily wouldn't be of some value. It is going to, I think what Liz shared, or I don't know who shared it, but I think maybe on Kurt, survey is going to dictate some of our action. I mean, obviously. So I guess I'm open for direction from the board. So I'm going to,
Based on that feedback, I would not provide that direction. I would argue against it. So I do not want to add burden right now, especially in a week when we're trying to get to next week with possibly more decisions being made. I don't think there's enough value in it to disrupt everything else.
Other thoughts?
I agree with Steve.
I don't need another survey to know how I'm leaning. I'd like to give folks the flexibility to bring back more students.
I mean, I won't argue that there would be some validity to a survey. It would have to be done right and fairly simplistic, I think. Couple questions, but it would definitely be more data points for our decision process.
The couple of things that I think of, Kurt, and just hear me out on this, is the time frame in which it has to be created, it has to go out, it has to come back, and we have a meeting next Monday to recertify the plan again for another month. And so to be able to have all of that turnaround in not even a full business week at this point, I don't know that seems practical. I'm not saying that if
Well, for me, the whole genesis of that. Yeah.
What?
The whole point was, remember this came about because we were concerned about, people were making decisions based on numbers that we don't really know. Okay. I mean, for me, it was really more of a planning thing, perhaps as much for administration as it would be for me. So I'm okay. I guess I'm tired of surveys too. But we're waiting another week for this. If we change our direction with our plan, I want to make sure that we make it as easy as make that transition as pain-free as possible. And recognizing what the possibilities might be, with better data, I guess, would help that.
Others at this point? And I don't think it's an overwhelming burden. I know there's a lot on our plate, but and I'd be happy to even try to spearhead it to get it done. And I think 2 or 3 day turnaround is not unreasonable for a 2 or 3 question survey to the community. I mean, and especially when people are so engaged in the topic like they are now, I think they'd be quite responsive to a survey, so that they, again, it's another way for their opinion to be heard. But again, it's another data point. But if we think we've got enough to work with and to move forward, then that's the direction we'll go to. But I'm open to either. I'm open to either.
If you're gonna do it, I would love to assist you in the administration and drafting the questions and doing whatever. But I'm not saying it's mandatory, but if you're gonna go there, I'm more than willing to meet in the morning and hash out the questions.
Well, I haven't really spoken much on the survey, but, or the IDEVA new survey, again, make sure if it happens, people understand this social distancing thing is part of the equation, but I'm neutral on it. The challenge you have is if you don't ask people, you don't have perhaps the information that has been brought up here tonight, the question of that had generated this idea of a survey, but also if you do get the survey results and it runs counter to perhaps the manageability, the ability to get things, you know, if we suddenly find, oh my gosh, this is swaying our board, then why are we here as a board? So we're supposed to make those decisions, sift through that. So I'm neutral on it. There are pros and cons, but I'll remain neutral on it.
Let's do a survey then. I'll vote yes for a survey, even though it's not an official vote.
Yeah, I think the data that I would expect to get from a survey would be from the people who have chosen to go hybrid. How many of those would opt to go 4 days a week if that is an option? And how many of them would choose to move away from it if they knew social distancing wasn't going to be followed? So you're going to get your crossover. How many kids do we bring in? How many kids do we lose? And that crossover is going to give you a pretty good idea of what do we gain and what do we lose. So that's the kind of data point I would be looking for, which I think is fairly easy to pull off. And again, I'd be happy to take it off your plate, Ron, and as long as you could tell me how to do it.
Well, and again, what that might generate is an understanding, but it also then throws a challenge if we suddenly have, well, I've already said it. I'm going to remain neutral. I'll stop there.
Can I just ask one thing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can I please just ask that there needs to be a way to make sure that only one survey is filled out per one student that is in hybrid, because we cannot have families that want to skew the numbers data dump for us. And I just want to make sure that it's a true and accurate depiction of our community.
I had thought about that, Liz. Yes, there's got to be something built in for that. Whether there has to be a non-anonymous, probably. Yep. State your name, your email, and then the questions. So.
Well, if the board's comfortable moving forward with a survey, we got some people on staff who've put together a few in the past. We'll pull, some Ralph, Kurt, and 2 or 3 of our people together tomorrow. We'll figure out availability and scheduling and those kinds of things, and get working on it. Matt, anything I think we can get the team together, and they can get your input, and they can write and spend. And
can I ask one more thing?
Mm-hmm.
What about the fully remote kids that would have gone 4-day and never hybrid?
Well, I think we need to talk about that tomorrow. And we got some people who got some good insights on that. I mean, 2 board members and a couple staff members. Personally, I think we should survey everyone, but I guess let's talk about that tomorrow when our heads are a little clearer and we've got a good night's sleep under our belt.
Sounds like a plan. We good? Yep. All right.
It's good.
I will move on to the next item. We are back to public comments. I see we still have quite a few people with us. So Lane, if you would again open up the public comment section, and again, once we get going here, I'd like just to remind everybody that you please state your name and your address. Limit your comments to 5 minutes, no more than 5 minutes, please. If you've spoke at the first public comment, you cannot speak again. And as always, just please direct your comments to the board, not towards any other administration person, member of the community, or prior speaker. So Lane, I see at least two hands raised. Go ahead.
Nana?
Hi, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Go ahead.
Good evening. And first of all, I'd like to say thank you to the teachers and administration. When the hybrid plan was first introduced, I was very much against it because of the asynchronous learning part. And I know there were several teachers that said, you know, I think I can do this HyFlex and teach and do online at the same time. And to see the number of teachers who are doing that and offering that for our students is incredibly impressive. And you guys should be very, very proud of yourselves. That said, I do feel that, unlike Liz, I have gone to work every day since last March. I haven't missed a day. And I work in the field of law. And one of the things that you can typically find in law is no matter which side you're looking for, you're going to find facts to support your specific stance. And that's kind of similar to these types of issues. And so to have a diverse board is helpful. But I also want everyone to understand that when you look at the CDC recommendations and everything, that you're looking at them and trying to understand fully what they're trying to say to us and not just find details that fit your stance. The best method that's been agreed upon of educating our kids is full-time in-school learning 5 days face-to-face. And to me, that means 5 days. That's our job, is to offer them the best education possible. We're not the health department. We're not doctors. We're not physicians. We're not parents in this instance with you as the school board. You're here to educate our kids and offer them the best education possible. And to me, and to you, as has been stated, that's 5 days a week, full-time 5 days a week. My daughters went to Mason Public School, and I have a daughter that's in Mason now as a sophomore. From the class of 2015, my daughter's friend group has a group of girls right now. One is going to be a speech language pathologist. Another is going to be a physical therapist. Another just got accepted to PA school. There is a computer programmer, girls who have high success, high achievements, and are going to be future leaders because they went to Mason, because of that foundation. My sophomore has a group of 5 friends that are very similar to those girls that have that opportunity. And my heart breaks for them right now because those same opportunities for an excellent education are not being offered. They're not being provided. And I have to say, I'm just so grateful to the board members that are pushing for that best educational opportunity possible, because that's what our future leaders need. As far as the survey, I would just like to encourage you to please survey the parents that do choose to stay home in the hybrid plan, because plenty of people that I know in my friend group, they suggested that because it was initially presented with 2 days of asynchronous learning, they did not want to do the hybrid because they felt that they would get less education, less time, because the 2 days were essentially off days. And so they did not take the hybrid plan because of that. So I would ask you to please hear those voices as well. And I think that's it. I think I forgot to say my address. I'm at 856 Holt Street in Mason, Michigan. But as always, please, you know, I'm so grateful for all of you. I love the fact that we have a diverse board that speaks from many, many sides. I thank you all for your time and for staying up so late and for your dedication to our children. So thank you.
Thanks, Dee.
Mindy?
Yep.
Yeah, this is actually Brian, Mindy's husband. Brian Von Gunt, and I live at 1133 Lone Oak Drive in Mason. I think we've got an issue with the definition of what social distancing is. According to the governor's roadmap, 6-foot distancing has never been required, only recommended. And that's true for the CDC plan as well. As of February 11th, they're saying 6 feet if feasible, 6 feet if possible. So there's some room here that I think we're maybe not taking advantage of. We're seeing something as absolutely rigid when it was never intended to be so by the policymakers who are putting that guidance out. So this is the thing that's been difficult for us. We're talking about logistical problems that are because of this 6-foot perception, or we're perceiving that 6 foot is required when it never has been. In fact, the state of Indiana, the entire state has changed their definition from 6 feet to 3 feet. They're doing it just fine. So I think the idea to take a close look at this and vote on it as a board. What are we comfortable with? What is social distancing? And if you're going to have a survey, put that in as well. We may, is 3 feet acceptable to you? Must it be 6 feet? As we've always said, it's not meant to be rigid. Something else I'd like to talk about a little bit is one of the other commenters, I think his name was Matt, made a comment that the vaccine regimen is now complete for the school because the teachers have been given the option to take it or not. And it's really not an approved step for any student. So we're as safe as we're going to get in terms of vaccine alone. And I really appreciated that comment. And I'd like to say a little bit that teachers have been given the choice. And the choices seem to go one way. You said, teachers, how much risk are you willing to take? But I'm not given that choice. You're not asking me how much risk am I willing to take to have my child taught by somebody who's not vaccinated. For me personally, that's not an issue. I'm willing to take the risk for my child so that the education is robust and in face-to-face. So you've been acknowledging the freedom of some that you've allowed to choose while not honoring the freedom of me to choose what's right for me and my family. So it doesn't seem entirely consistent. We're all going to live with the consequences of the choices that we make. I simply want to have a choice to make. Just like you've given the teachers, vaccine or not, yes or no. He said that they went to the front of the line. That's very true. I haven't been given an opportunity to take this vaccine. So my decisions are a little different than what a teacher's might be at the moment. I'd also like to suggest that the board start presenting the data that they're looking at to make decisions. I'd like to see what's behind your votes in terms of information that you're looking at. What numbers are you looking for? How are you making these decisions? As one of you doubts that parents are complying with the daily screening requirements, many of us might doubt your gut feeling. I'd like to make a comment too about the survey. Seems like a good idea, but your participation rate may go down a bit because I think there is a perception that the survey given at the beginning of the summer was entirely ignored. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, we've got a couple others.
Evan.
Hi. So right now, I attend Mason High School and the Wilson Talent Center. And I believe just today that they announced that they were going to return face-to-face 4 days a week without cohorts or anything. So what I'm saying here is it shouldn't be as hard of a decision for simply one district to ask the parent of the students if they would rather go back or not, since the Wilson Talent Center, there are many districts throughout the county. So it seems like it'd be more of a risk to be in person at the Wilson Talent Center versus the Mason High School. So we shouldn't be worrying about the numbers. We should be worrying about the simple well-being of the students. Because I've been doing hybrid since it was available, and the in-person 100% learning, I feel would be a lot more beneficial for students like me and the majority of students if you were to survey them as well. I'm sure I'm not the only one who believes that even among the board, but I'd just like to point that out. Thank you.
Thanks, Evan.
Chad.
Hey, good morning, all. It's Chad Taylor, 1983 Laxton Road. Can you guys hear me? All right, it works.
Yeah, we can, Chad. Go ahead.
All right, thanks a lot. It's been a very, very interesting meeting, considering all the other ones have kind of followed the same narrative. The social distancing really struck me how focused you guys were all on it, and I appreciate that because I've now seen how people are becoming resistive to just another reason not to achieve our ultimate goal. We have CDC, science, state all supporting the idea that the social distancing is a recommendation, not a guideline, not required. Yet I still see the pushback. I've kind of resigned to the fact that my 4 kids are going to be hybrid for the rest of the year. That's my senior, my sophomore, my 8th grader, and my 4th grader. So we got 1 year of total stay at home and be a teacher for them for a year. I'm holding out hope based on what I heard tonight. I just heard the superintendent say some amazing things. After months and months of hearing the board president and some others say we need to support the superintendent and the teachers, we need to show a unity. Today, I heard superintendent and others say that, hey, we have a plan. We're only following your guidelines, but we have a plan to get more people face to face. That really, really hit home tonight, and I very much appreciate that. And I know there's a lot of parents that are going to have hope in that. And maybe we'll see what happens. But the bottom line is, if we're not figuring out how to go to face, we're not doing our job as a board like other public commenters have made today. We need to show the courage. We need to show the leadership. Where is that leadership? Our job is to make sure our kids get the best education that they can, the best education they can, not under the circumstances, but the best. It was great to see Mr. Berryhill, Mr. Delbridge say that they're ready to lead. Pleasantly surprised and optimistic that the middle school and the high schoolers will get a chance to go face to face, even if it is purple. Thanks for letting me speak tonight. I appreciate you guys trying to chew it out tonight. And I hope next week is something that we all can agree on for the people that want to stay at home and the people that want to get back face to face. Thanks.
Thanks, Chad.
Ms. Saucer?
Hi, this is Jen Sauser, 3118 Earl Drive in Spring Arbor. I am middle school teacher and teachers union president. Usually when I speak, I'm asking the board to think about the teacher perspective. I have 2 different thoughts tonight of different groups that are on my mind through this conversation. The first one is a student whose family has been cautious through the whole pandemic so far. These students have been online because their parents believed in keeping them safe from the pandemic. And now that the numbers are decreasing, many of these families have decided they're going to give hybrid a chance now. Hybrid, because it still allows for social distancing. And so I have a number of 7th graders totally geeked to come back from families who have made this decision to change their minds because the board made a decision and everyone had faith in that enough to talk to these kids and get them excited about going back to school. If there's a change of path now, I have 7th grade students who thought they were going to be able to come back who will not get that opportunity. From my perspective, the children who already have that opportunity are all the families that were being less cautious. They, believed that social distancing would work along the way. Those kids have the opportunity to come back 2 days a week. They've been given that opportunity that these other kids are dreaming of, that they're now looking forward to. And even to go further than that, if we stay the line per the last board decision, some of our kids, the most needy kids, the kids that meet these particular criteria, are being offered 4 days a week. And it's not a small number. So I ask you to think about the kid whose family's already made the decision because we put out a survey and asked them to make that decision by February 5th. Think about that child who thinks they're going to be able to return to school on March 15th. And now they're not going to be able to do so because social distancing is not going to happen and their family remains cautious. And I can tell you, based on my parent-teacher conferences, based on the numbers I'm seeing in the preliminary middle school schedules, this is not a small number of kids. It's at least one full class in the 7th grade. That's a big number. That's a lot of kids counting on returning to school who might not have that chance. And I know you're talking about a survey to find out how many that is, and I'm glad about that, but I hear that survey from the perspective of numbers. I'm not hearing that survey from the perspective of, we care about these kids. Because to me, if there's only one kid that meets that criteria, we're breaking one heart to give other kids more of an opportunity that they already have. And that just doesn't work out in my mind. The second group that has been on my mind through this whole conversation is our administrators, our building administrators, and our central office administrators. But especially those building administrators who are building schedules and then rebuilding schedules. And so you've spent a lot of time recognizing that tonight and talking about the challenges of all of that. But what I know from all the different meetings that I sit in around the district, in my role with the union, I know there's so much more than just the scheduling challenges, and the scheduling challenges themselves are huge. But there's also every parent phone call, every student conversation, every teacher who can't wrap their heads around every single change that happens. And continually, time and time again, we keep asking them to change the path. They've done that so many times, and I am so proud of them. Their professionalism, their willingness to continue to provide your answers over and over again. From our assistant principals all the way to the superintendent, they have been so patient. And I'm very, very proud because I see the struggle. And I want to go back and use a word that Liz used earlier, exponentially. It makes their job exponentially more challenging every time we change paths. You're asking them to restart. I didn't hear a single possibility tonight of an option that would not cause that restart yet again this year.
Hey, Jen?
Yeah.
Sorry, I hate to do this. You're coming up on 5 minutes. I've been pretty strict on it tonight.
Sure. Nope. I understand it's been a long night. Those are the two groups I was thinking of tonight. And I just thought I would share that. So thank you for listening.
Great. Thanks, Jen.
Laura?
Hey, thanks a lot. My name is Laura Stoken. I'm at 4613 Bison in Holt, but my kids go to North Aurelius. Since the beginning of the pandemic, as I work full-time and my husband works full-time, and we live in this wonderful community of Mason families in Grand Meadows, my family decided to open a pod in our basement. So we have 10 North Aurelius kids, 6 different families in our basement, and they've been in our basement since the beginning of the pandemic. And we're really privileged, and I recognize that, to be able to provide that. And we have my mom driving an hour from Brighton every day, now, hybrid, so 2 days a week, to facilitate these kids' online education amongst, 7 different teachers. And I get to see how hard the teachers are working, the administration and everybody. And, we're working really hard too, as parents. I work full time out of my bedroom while the 10 kids do gym upstairs and music class. And, so I see it all. I do. And we're struggling as parents to work full time. And, I have a schedule where I'm on conference calls at 10 and 11 and noon and 1, and trying to get my 2nd grader on a, call at 3. It's 3:15 by the time I realize she's not on it. And, that pull of, I'm not a good parent right now. Oh, but I'm not a good teacher either, but I'm not a good, this or that. And my, 4th grader who excels at school, does very, very well. His teacher tells me, hey, Brennan's doing great in school. He scored all, 70s and 80s at the beginning of the school, but when he got face-to-face, he's getting 90s and 100s. Same goes with my daughter, struggled, even with this outside facilitator who's facilitating their education all day, these kids are doing better when they're face to face. I would like to be asked if I'm willing to accept the risk, because as many have mentioned, our teachers have been vaccinated or have been given the choice to be vaccinated. That's the best we're going to get, ladies and gentlemen. If you think in the fall our kids are going to have an opportunity for a vaccine, I'd like to see what you're looking at, because I don't think that that's going to happen. So we need to try to get these kids back in school for their education. They need to be educated. They need social. And I can't even imagine the mental health that's happening in the high school and the middle school, because I see it in the 10 kids in my basement every day that show up, and I'm running a daycare from 6 to 6:30, which I'm willing to do while I work full time from my bedroom. But I need you guys to put these kids back in school. And oh, by the way, since you guys all of a sudden created this purple cohort, kids are being picked out of my, what I call basement school, handpicked, right? Brothers and sisters, not always the same. And so now the person we're paying to come facilitate from Brighton is now making less money. So when is she going to tell me she can't come facilitate anymore? And I've got these 8 kids now with no teacher outside the teachers that we're paying, you guys are paying, and all of that. And I'm not trying to get into money, because I think our teachers need to make millions of dollars because they're incredible. But the education they're getting isn't the same. And we all need to acknowledge that and get these kids back in the classroom. Thanks for all you're doing, and thanks for letting me speak.
Hey, thank you, Lauren. Lane, I don't think we see anybody else.
No one else.
All right, we will close public comment. And we get a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Or
Moved and supported, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, thanks, everybody. I think it was a productive meeting tonight. Thanks for everybody's time and input, and we'll keep the ball rolling throughout the week until we get to next Monday. So, guys, have a great night.